So I said a happy holidays earlier to everyone, but now I'm going to say Happy New Year. And this has been one hell of a year. 2024 had a lot of different challenges. And of course, we had many ourselves, in particular with our team. And Peter the Insider went missing, and he had a very, very bad incident where we had to bring him back to our timeline. Everything after that was like a roller coaster, and we had a lot of, challenges. But aside from our personal issues, there's a lot happening in the world right now, and has been prior to, I don't know, 2020, 2019, 2018 is when a lot of things, the Pandora's box just opened up, and there's been quite a bit. And many of you have been with me on this journey, and so that's why I put this together so everyone can hear all the different perspectives and all the different ideas. As you can see, this year I am not in back home in New England, but I'm actually in Florida. And so I kind of put together a bit of a Florida Christmas and a holiday season, Christmas, New Year. And so we'll show you a little bit about that, but it was kind of nice. We decided to continue on the work because there's so much happening. So, I'm here with Team Tasmania, and if you haven't seen any of our Bonaventures, you should take a look at that, because in some way this is also a part of it. I decided to do some work as much as we could to be able to assist in what's going forward, because already during the holiday season, the Pope opened or is opening 5 doors for this Jubilee. And as Peter and I have discussed in the past, you open a door connected to some kind of ancient technology, you have no guarantee what's going to come forward. And so, believe me, I've seen a few things that have already come forward, and it's not a pretty thing. So that's the way that the year is starting off. Someone showed me some really weird footage about CERN. That something went off. We're still looking into whether it's valid or not. Strange plane crashes. We discussed that. Also, Peter, we talk a bit about the Pope and how he doesn't look the same as he has in the past. So another one is they found a hidden bunker in the United States. We'll share an article on that. There is a mysterious fog that's happening. And there was some kind of time loop that happened on a plane in Asia. So I'm going to share some of those articles for people to review afterwards, but never a dull moment. And just because it's a holiday doesn't mean that I take the time off. Although it couldn't be a better place to do another Bonaventure. But I thought it would be really great to, share with you some thoughts from other people, from Unit 374, from the ACIO, and then Rhodan's Earth Council, and some other friends that we have met and connected with along the way. So I hope you enjoy this long New Year's greetings and welcoming in the new year with different thoughts and ideas, and from people that I really care about or respect, and I hope you do as well. So you're very close to my heart. I care about all of you, and I hope that you will you gather this information, learn, share ideas, and we're all in this together. We want to see a better year ahead. We know we have an obstacle of when things the administration shifts, changes, and so we want to make sure that that's seamless and safe for everyone, and that whatever bleed through realities that we've had, much of the drones and everything that we've talked about, Peter has mentioned, You'll hear what he has to say about it. But we've also talked about a bleed-through reality in the United States that is undoubtedly affecting us and could be contributing to some of the reverse engineered technology, as well as this weird fog and some anomalies regarding some of these airplanes. So we are definitely going through some transitions, changes, and hang in there. We can get through it. We've already gotten through a lot. We can get through a lot more. So I love you. Be safe and strong, and don't try to isolate yourself. Be connected and join in the conversation, as we will be moving forward into 2025. So hello, Peter, and this is Peter the Insider, and Happy New Year.
Yeah, so I want to say hello and Happy New Year. A lot of joy, health and happiness to not only you, Jessica, but to all of our regular and maybe not so regular viewers and listeners, you know. And I can say something that we will announce big thing with which will be coming up next year, 2025, and I think we can make let's say at least some sort of sneak peek. Jessica, just try to say something okay about it.
Yeah, no, I mean we want to get a little bit up close and personal, and so we're going to figure out a way for people to have a closer discussions with you and so forth. So we're working on it, and that's something new that's happening. But we also have some, teasers. I mean, there's some things that a lot of people want to know, and since you have been one of the top people of disclosure, wondering if you can reveal to us what these drones are that have been flying over the United States, and where they're coming from, and if they are UAPs.
UAPs, also known as UFOs, yeah?
Yep. And
I will say yes and no, and it's kind of schizophrenic. I will tell you why yes and no. Because they are reverse engineered UFOs. Yeah, that's correct.
And okay, so that means the government's doing it, or it's from another reality. Where is this coming from?
Solid bleed-throughs from another reality. That's correct. Yeah.
Some of them look like drones. Some of them don't look like drones. It
is intentional in order to confuse the public. Yeah.
Okay. And we also mentioned another crazy thing that's happening right now with the Pope in Rome and opening these 5 doors that he was planning on. He's already opened the second door.
It happened every 25 years, just by the way.
Right.
And yeah, people, they are very, very deep into religion, will not like what we are about to say or what I am about to say, but Pope was replaced.
Yeah, I mean, it looks obvious that he was replaced. So whoever he is, or whether he's a clone, they didn't do a very good job, because there's structure facially.
Yeah, they simply seem like, nah, I don't like this. Oh my God.
And then the things like you said, that it's almost like a Dybbuk box or something. When they open those doors, nobody knows.
This is not okay. This is not okay. It's like,
yeah, and you never know what's going to come out, which I've already had to deal with some entities I saw that were new, I've never seen before.
Yeah.
that showed up. Were coming through when I was looking into that, and
first things first, we will make in-depth readings from the people's records in the first place. And in the second place, I am here and happy to announce our live streams about topics. People will get topics, and most, let's say, hot topics, so people will vote for a topic, and that will be our stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a big surprise, so it will.
No, I mean, we need to say this because, like, I don't wanna just let people wait for too long amount of time.
No, they'll, believe me, they'll know. We're going to announce things. We're going to try to announce things over YouTube when we're planning certain ways that we're going to help open up for the public, and just keep track of that. And we'll, give you updates and also reminders in that area. So I know we spend a lot of time on YouTube. This is kind of our platform, but it's worked so far. We've, not had any problems, and we're going to just keep moving in this direction. But once we iron everything out, then we'll be able to make things a little bit more close and impersonal. Okay. So
yeah, that's it.
What is your thoughts of this past year, 2024, and then your thoughts about what's coming up in 2025?
Yeah, 2024 was a hard year to all of us.
Yeah.
Very complicated and all kind of those things.
Yeah, it was a difficult year.
Yeah, and the stuff is, it wasn't easy for anyone, especially me, just losing my wife, and everything from personal point of view. But for greater good, no problem, at least for me. Let's say I think that we've got light in the end of the tunnel, because I will tell you something, there is always a hope, I think.
Right. Yeah, you have to have that perspective. And what do you think's coming up ahead of us?
Coming up, I think peaceful and quiet year. Nothing can be worse than that, to be honest.
But you think even with that bleed through happening from the Sixth Reich and some other things?
Oh, yeah, it will be sorted out somehow. I'm sure about it.
Okay, well, that's good news. And anything else that you want to share with the people?
I think that's it, what I want to say. It was very short, it is a very short message because it meant it to be short, and that's it pretty much, because sometimes things aren't about quantity but about quality. That's it.
Right.
What do you think?
I think so. Yeah, you have your information, short and to the point, and that's necessary, and it's good. And I'm glad you had a nice holiday season, and I'm hoping that for everyone else that's listening, that people are, if they're not doing well, that they're healing. If they're not happy, that they're having a new perspective, kind of balancing things out, because, we all have challenges, right, Peter?
Yeah, that's correct. All of us.
Yeah, even those that have a lot of information or have technology, what have you, and everyone has to deal with challenges. So, understanding that part. But yeah, that's good. It's good.
Yeah. So that's it from my point of view.
Okay, so we will keep everyone updated, and we'll move from there. But thank you, Peter, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me another opportunity to say something, at least good, on your channel, and we will see and hear each other in 2025. Stay safe, hold tight, and bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Hi there, thank you Jessica for inviting me to your channel. I've been through many missions with the team, the Unit 374. Probably a lot of missions related to Kruger Corporation as well. I did go through many of my recalls. Has been kind of mind-blowing what we've been involved with. I thank you, Peter, for sharing your insights and intel with us, with the team. It has been mind-blowing. For 2025, I would say it would be a year. Let's say it would be related to disclosure. We see a lot of things going on right now, especially in the US and over UK, some parts of South America. There is plenty, thousands of orbs, or let's say man-made drones. Some of them are of extraterrestrial origin, but many of these drones are made by Lockheed Martin and other corporations. So they're showing us the re-engineered ET technology in front of us. So it could be the start of the so-called fake or false flag alien invasion. The Pentagon and other Congress members, especially in the US, they and FBI as well, they don't want to tell, or they don't know what's going on. And that could be the very much truth. It's hard to tell, but I know for a fact many of these advanced vehicles and crafts are man-made. It's our own technology, but it's hidden for public. It's more or less the same technology we are using in our secret space programs when we do the space travels, and many of these technologies are exactly the same. But we are looking at anti-gravity drones. They have certain propulsion systems. For us, I mean, for let's say an average human being, it's like an UFO or UAPs, whatever the tags people are using. these phenomena. But it will be a difficult year for many people in 2025 when they will be witnessing a close-up for these false flag entering our space. So we are monitoring. I know that Kruger, especially Kruger Corporation, are monitoring these orbs and drones. We see in the triangular crafts as well, the TR3s. So we are certainly there in the space and in the situation. So the carpet has been rolling out. So it will be very interesting to see what's going on. I wish everyone the very best for the 2025. We are fighting a good fight for humanity. We are going to win this battle, no matter what. So we do involve, and we need to interfere if it's the right time. We interfere, and we will win this war. I really believe in a good future for humanity. Dark times, yeah, but we see always the light. We see always the outcome of this, what's going on, because these phenomena I'm talking about, they are spreading around. We've seen a couple of similar things here in the north of Europe, in Scandinavia. So 2025 would be very exciting when it comes to these man-made, re-engineered extraterrestrial vehicles, spacecrafts. Thanks for bringing me in, Jessica, and I wish you all very, very blessed, happy New Year. Peace.
What happened? The tornadoes came in your area as soon as you left?
Yeah, it wasn't just right in this area. It was just in the Fort Worth, the Metroplex. You know, the Fort Worth, Dallas area. So it wasn't like right here where I'm living. But you know, it was in the general area. You know, it was really storming, flash flooding and everything, warnings. You know, and I come back, my pond's full of water.
Wow.
Which is amazing. It must have rained a lot to get that full.
Mm-hmm.
It was running out the back, you know,
wow,
into the other creek, and that creek was running. You know, there was a lot of water, so it's kind of weird. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I'll see the chemtrails, and then all of a sudden, you know, clouds up, and then it's, you know, raining. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that's the good guys or the bad guys, but I've had sinus problems a little bit. You know, my wife and I think there's something in the air. Maybe, you know, it's all like
all those chemtrails and everything, and plus they're trying to bring on another virus, from what I heard.
Yeah, I mean, what was that? The bird flu thing again, or something like that?
Yeah, there's a bird flu, and there's some other stuff. I mean, they're not going to be happy until the amount of people are gone from the planet. You know what I mean? If they can get them all removed. So, you know, then they'll be happy, because maybe they'll never be happy. The elite are never happy. So, you know, they get their way with everything, and then they're still not happy. You know, I mean, but we can't resolve that, because they'll never be happy because they do bad things.
Well, that's like mRNA. I see that they're injecting that into the hog, the pork, the hogs. So it's like, how do they get away with that? I mean,
yeah, well, I mean, because if you have a store and like even like a mom and pops or a pizza shop or something like that, or something really simple, ice cream shop, they'll shut you down for anything.
mm-hmm.
So, and then if you try to sell, something that's somewhat healthy, and the FDA comes in and complains about it, but suddenly they can modify the biology of animals and plants. And the FDA's, where's the FDA? I don't know. Where did they go? Like, do they disappear? I mean, what happens to the FDA? You know what I'm saying?
It's like the mob. They target certain individuals. If you're not complying with their ways, it's kind of what I feel. I mean, I've heard the food industry is just ridiculous. I mean, if they want to harass you, they will. They'll come in there and just pop in there. And
right, but
it's not clean or something or whatever. Right? You're not handling the food correctly or something. It's just ridiculous. I've known people that were in the restaurant business and they say it's crazy. But then others, they just leave alone, if it's a deep state chain, right, or something like that, that's fine. But I'm just wondering about the beef. Have you heard anything about the beef? Is everything getting injected with this mRNA, or?
That's why you have to go somewhere and yeah.
Crazy. I mean, the good thing is here where I'm at, just right up the road, they sell grass-fed cows, cattle. So
hello.
Hey, how's it going, Rolf?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm all right.
Good.
As good as can be, I guess, right?
Yep. Ready for the new year?
Oh yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, this last year has been kind of, I don't know.
Well, interesting to say the least.
Yeah. I mean, like just with my wife's problems, with her work, and that we overcame that, but with the help of Jessica and whatnot. But yeah, it's just been a crazy year. I mean, all around. At least they're leaving me alone.
Yeah, they're not really bothering you. If anything, maybe it's more like they're surveying you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, I see lights, like I said. I'll see weird lights out there, and then I won't even hear anything. It's like it's going around. Maybe like a helicopter speed or something, right?
Yeah.
But you don't hear a helicopter, so it's just kind of weird. Just more air traffic, and the people have mentioned it. In the neighborhood thing, like I was telling you before. On their little posts about, what's up with all the helicopters or whatever, going around. So maybe there's a mission. Maybe they're clearing out some of these dumbs here now, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say, but it doesn't seem...
We have a bleed through from the Ukrainian reality, too. That's part of these drones. You said they were reverse engineered.
That's what that is, that they're seeing these drones around the area.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that Korean airline got whatever happened there. That was telling me about that, my wife, that thing, a bird strike or something, and it's like, well, how do they not put the landing gear down? You know what I mean? There's so many, there's emergency.
A lot of questions.
There's backup. They'll drop down gravity, if they have a problem, with the landing gear on those.
Mm-hmm.
They just pull a switch and the weight of them drops them down and locks them, So apparently it happened so fast because I haven't read a lot on it. I just read a little bit about it. And she said that supposedly the engines, from the bird strikes, which can do that, I guess, but taking both of the engines out, they must have been coming in for landing, right? Or something. I mean, why did they not have the landing gear down? Yeah, it's just crazy. I was thinking mind control. Maybe they got some kind of, they wanted to make this disaster thing or something, to a distraction kind of thing. But it killed almost everybody, from what I understand. And watching it skid it in there and then hit that, blew up when it hit that wall, there was a concrete wall or something, and it's just kind of odd, something doesn't seem right on there.
Yeah, so you understand aviation and that there were safeguards there, but still it went down.
Yeah, and I've seen videos where they're, when they change these engines out, they test them, and they'll throw a frozen turkey through that engine, and it just blows it right out the back, So ducks, there'd have to be a lot of them or something. I don't understand that. That's weird, the whole thing, how that would thaw out both engines, shut both engines down.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's just some of the weird things going on. But yeah, I didn't have any issues in San Antonio. I was pretty surprised. Riverwalk was pretty good, and it was actually okay. We didn't have any issues at all. So I don't know why I was down there. There must have been a reason, I assume. Maybe there's a portal or something was going to happen or something. I don't know. What do you think?
But there's Cheyenne Mountain also in Colorado, which is space program.
Yeah, and Cheyenne Mountain.
That's Shepherd. Shepherd is there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe Shepherd is trying to connect with you.
Maybe I've never seen that many. I mean, it's not a huge amount of distance down there, from Denver area, I would guess, because it'd take us about 13 hours from Fort Worth. So I don't know what it would take to get there. So they probably would drive or something, but they were everywhere.
So what we're doing here is kind of a segment where you reflect on this past year, 2024.
I think it was a good year. It just had a lot of troubling, not troubling, what should I say? A lot of obstacles, maybe. I would say I think we were on some of these missions, and I had talked to other people too, and I felt a lot of physical, like we were in a real battle kind of thing on some of these missions. I don't know if that's what you're looking for, but
just your opinion, because I know you watch the news and everything as well, because there were a lot of incidences, but on a personal level with our team, we also had a lot of ups and downs with Unit 374. A lot of the missions were hard on us. Peter said, the 88-year mission, I think, started to become more real, where, you could see the fluctuation and the personal problems that were coming up with different people, and the disconnect, because, we had the conversation that during the process of the 88-year mission, some of the people were left behind at different locations, and we had that discussion with Peter that, you never leave anyone behind, but it did happen in some way.
So some of us got left behind, is what you're saying? Yeah.
Do you remember that conversation?
I we were talking about some of the stuff, but I don't remember that part of it. I just remember the 88. I'll have to revisit that one or whatever.
Yeah.
That one that you had on the 88, because I think I was pretty new at it right then, around that time. I was trying to take in all that information, which was a lot.
Realizing that you were getting taken into a long-term mission that lasted 88 years, but at some point during the travel of the mission, we were left in different locations. And I remember I kind of mentioned it, but maybe you don't recall it, but Peter says, leave no man behind, is the motto.
Yeah, and that's the military motto, yeah.
But,
so what happened then? Did they go back and get them, or?
I think working our way back up. We're working our way back up, and things are starting to normalize for us, but not 100%. And you can still feel like there's some problems, even personal issues, But I think more will be revealed about that, I'm hoping. But so, any other thoughts of this past year and how things came about, or?
Well, as far as this last year, I don't know. It's like, I don't know if we want to mention anything like that, but like my wife's problems, and now they're getting resolved. There was a lot of issues in her work area.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably Monarch, whatever, just all packed full of those individuals in there, but, we worked through it. hopefully this next year is better. You know, she'll be through her class. But as far as everything else goes, you know, I'm optimistic. You know, I mean, this last year was kind of rough. Like I said, physically, I felt a lot of physical, maybe not injuries, but soreness, you know, whatever you want to call it. I was sore a lot of times for like a week or two, you know, like maybe we were on a mission or something, you know, and then I just got beat up, banged up, whatever you want to call it, you know.
Yeah, without without doing anything, right? It was sort of like you woke up in the morning and you didn't feel right, and nothing else made any sense.
Yeah, and then maybe after a couple weeks or something, you know, then it feels like I'm back to normal, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's not like a long-lasting injury or anything that I sustained. Just you know, there must have been something that went on, and then it just took time to heal back up or whatever, you know. And you know, I think it was the same thing with
Olaf.
Oh yeah, Olaf. Anyways, he was mentioning the same thing. I know a few times, you know, on the things, you know, he felt like they'd been on a mission or something. He was kind of sore.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's just me, but you know, over those kind of things, you know. But yeah, overall, I think it was challenging.
You almost had a bleed through of like a Vietnam War bleed through, sort of, with your wife. Yeah.
Okay, that's probably what it was. But
so with the Vietnamese people, literally, like it's almost like they remembered her. They wanted to. Yeah.
They got a lot of turmoil.
It was like a bleed through of Vietnam, like a Vietnam incident. Yeah.
That might be what it is. Yeah. I mean, I've never really had too many issues with them, but occasionally, you know, it's just the way they are. You know, their culture.
Yeah.
But you know, other than that, you know, I was going to mention if you wanted to, you know, on the mission, you know, where I brought the sample back, you know, from Korea, you know, and you know, you took it after I sent it to you, you know, and then it got mishandled after you dropped it off.
Yeah, after we dropped it off in Slovakia.
Yeah. So we did our part, you know, the way we were asked, you know, the way Peter asked us to do, you know. So, you know, I mean, I guess that was something, you know, that we're fortunate enough where we didn't get affected by that, I guess, too much. I mean, I think my health is still decent, but as far as those people over there, you know, it must have been mixed with something else or something. Because why would it not affect us, you know?
Well, it wasn't just that; it was the weather anomalies that, you know, quite a few people died because of flooding and something that happened when we delivered it, which may have been a repercussion of the Umbrella Corporation or something. But they were still unhappy with us, even though we fulfilled our mission, and that was something you and I struggled with.
Yeah.
It's kind of having people angry at us, and all we did was follow orders and deliver the sample.
Yeah, so, you know, shouldn't feel any, you know, any kind of regret for doing it or anything like that, because you did what you were supposed to do. I did what I was supposed to do, and I don't feel any from being a soldier, you know. I mean, you know, that's somebody else mishandled it upstream, you know, towards the end. So I think we did what we were supposed to do. So, I mean, I guess if you want to add that in, you know, you can add that in there, because that was one mission you and I were on, you know, that I thought we did good on our end. You know?
Yeah, I think in the long run, I think it's good that we still did it. I think in the long run that, and I'm, you know, like I said, I feel bad but I had nothing to do with whatever that anomaly was. You know, that's part of a battle, you know, they wanted to put out something extremely deadly for the whole world, and we did what we could to prevent that from happening. So in the long run, it's, you know, I imagine that it's going to prevent a lot of damage that could have happened.
Yeah, and that's, you know, I think, you know, we were looking at it in a positive way, you know, to help humanity kind of thing. And
Yeah.
it doesn't always go that way. And then, you know, when everybody else, you got all these enemies, you know, that are watching us too, you know. Well, how do you control that, you know?
It's a mission. A mission has a lot of dynamics to it, and that's just something that you take in. I mean, we have problems with our car. I mean, did anyone step in and pay for our car? No, they didn't do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's bizarre too. So you had struggles.
yeah, we had to finance our, you know, to get out there and everything. But I did it for the well-being of humanity, not for you know, to impress anyone or to just say I went there. I knew it would be a struggle anytime I try to go into that region. We've been there before. And I'm going to tell you something really, really crazy. A couple years ago, before the pandemic, I was in Europe and we had a plan to travel throughout that whole region through Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, probably, I don't know if we were going to go Romania, maybe go through, you know, like all of those nations and then go south. And we were planning on doing that. And then the pandemic broke out. We couldn't go anywhere. So this second time around, we finally get out to Slovakia, and it was a struggle. And Peter even told me not to go through the Czech Republic. And I'm like, I don't know what kind of stuff is going on over in these countries, but they are very nervous about me, you know, me and going over there. Very nervous, and whoever else comes with us. So we finally, we did make it, but not without a struggle, because it's like they didn't want us there. And, you know, in those nations that we went to, like, that I did stay in, I just asked for, you know, for healing, for help. You know, we went through Hungary, we went through Slovakia, we went through Austria, came back through Germany, went through France, you know what I mean? So we kind of just, you know, swung around, and we were going to even try to go to Switzerland, and we couldn't on this last trip because the car was just, we were worried about just getting home at that point. But it was with intention of sending healing and protection from these bleed-throughs and whatever was going on. And maybe it might have been worse, you know, it might have been worse just because it happened with us going through there, but maybe it might have been worse or something else was going to happen. So I don't know. I mean, like I said, we have good intentions. You can't control everything. What about your thoughts about for this upcoming year?
I'm pretty optimistic. I mean, even though, like where I work, you know, they really got it jacked up. I mean, you know, it's management and stuff. That's always going to be jacked up there, anyways. Though, but I think it's going to be good. You know, I mean, Trump's in there, you know, so as long as he's not compromised, you know, or something happens there, I think it'll be good. You know, well, it's going to go in the right direction. I think, you know, he's got a lot of things that he says he's going to change, and you know, I've seen a lot of homeless on the streets over there in San Antonio, and you know, they weren't even asking for money. They were just, it was weird. They're just kind of sitting there, and they're, you know, they would be eating a little bit of something, you know, or whatever, and they have all their stuff, like, you know, their belongings, you know, right there. And this one guy was there the whole time we were there, you know, because we went down to the Riverwalk. We weren't very far from the hotel, and then we went back down again, and then it's like he had a companion, a woman, and she would come over there, but I swear he was in the same spot. He just stayed in the same spot the whole time, never asked for money or anything, you know. So I don't know, that just seems odd to me. Usually if you see homeless, you know, but that's usually on the corner. Yeah, I don't see a lot of homeless here around Fort Worth. I mean, you know, they might be on the streets, you know, with the sign, but I've never really been in areas where they're just, you know, there's very many of them, you know, and they're just living, you know, maybe that's normal. I don't know. Maybe they're homeless or like that, and you have to actually give them money, you know, and they don't ask for it. I don't know. What do you think about that?
I mean, I've been around areas where there's so many homeless. I've been through New York City. I've walked through New York City, and you just see block after block after block of people on the streets laying there. It's heartbreaking, actually. And it can be a little scary because those people, you know, they're desperate. They need food, they need money, they need drugs, they need whatever it is they need, and they will do whatever they have to. So you have to be careful. I've been through Boston, same thing. You know, you're driving through, suddenly, you know, you're at a street, you know, where you're caught somewhere, and on a road, and there's a light, and you're there, and you know, you just try to keep your doors locked or something, you know. Start banging on the window, or yeah, I mean, it's a lot. It's pretty intense, and I feel for them. I do. I know substance abuse, that they've gotten people hooked onto like really very powerful addictive drugs. Alcohol, same thing is a problem. I used to work in Boston, right? Tremont on the Common was like this Boston Commons, which is, and I was a security person, the concierge, and the people would come up to the window and try to give me a false number to be able to come into the building. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I've had to, you know, deal with them. I didn't have any weapons on me, but I would, you know, escort them out if I had to. I mean, it's one of those things that you have to deal with, but I've been around it for, you know, a lot of my life. It's sad. I wish they could, you know, resolve it, but Massachusetts, New York City are like these refuge locations where they send every population that needs to come into this country. They go there first.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, I just was, cause I haven't been around that much down in here, you know, where we're at. Too many, not that I'm aware of, you know, the homeless kind of things. I mean, they got homeless shelters in Fort Worth or whatever, but I don't see these people on the streets, you know, like that. But, you know, that's one thing, you know, I'm hoping this next year, you know, that we can kind of help these people out a little bit, you know, get them on the right foot. Because it might have, you know, you don't know, you know, where they were at before they lost everything, you know what I mean? You know, could have been
my first concern are, if you want to help other people, help out the Americans first. It should be the priority. That's, you know, there's no other nation in the world that helps out strangers before their own people. There's no other nation that does that. Second, the veterans have been badly treated, and that has to end as well. And I think we'll start bringing things back into more of a normal situation. But a lot of these organizations, because I worked amongst them, I worked with them. I worked for nonprofits, and they would sneak people in that were illegal, and they would, you know, tell them to get pregnant, and they give them all the guidance that they need to be able to stay there. And I think there could have been a better method, but then the people that did need help, that were Americans, were not getting help. So I always said that was wrong, and obviously I wasn't popular in that circle. I'm not against immigrants or people coming in. I'm against them coming in the wrong way, or committing crimes against Americans and then still getting help and that kind of thing. But that is an issue that I'd like to see resolved.
That's the way I am too, you know, that a lot of these veterans were, and that's one thing I like about Trump, is he's taking care of the veterans, you know, he wants to take care of the veterans. And some of these veterans, you know, that are on the streets, you know, they deserve better treatment, you know.
Yeah.
And some people actually hate veterans. I mean, you go to some cities or something, you know, and they just don't care, you know.
Well, Vietnam caused that problem. Vietnam, or created that problem because, well, there was people that were anti the war, and then they attacked those people that just thought that they were serving the country. So there was never like true healthy communication on that. And then some of the wars were doing the presence of American soldiers in different locations where they shouldn't have been. Still, it wasn't the veterans' fault. They were just thinking that they were supporting the nation. So we need leadership that, first of all, likes this country. They like the country, not hate it, like the last administration. And And also that, like the citizens of the United States, the ones that helped build this nation, we don't need anyone else. We have enough enemies. We don't need the enemies running us, you know. If they want us to hand over our nation to other nations, they want us to hand over our money to other nations. They can dig into their own pockets and do that if they're that interested in it. I think it has to stop, and it's not going to stop until the people say something. But we want Americans we want leadership that's American. We want a true American that like the American people, don't want to deceive or sell out the American people, and that want to are open to helping people from other nations, but under certain conditions that are only fair. But our people come first. It should be. I don't have any problems with that. If you go to Afghanistan, it's the same thing. They'll take care of their own people before they help a stranger. You go to China, you won't get anything. You know what I mean? If you're from another country, you know, so I mean, what's fair is fair, you know.
I just hope that you know, we can get through all that and get these institutions that are training these college, you know, professors that are brainwashed into the communism is great and all that stuff. I think a lot of it is the teaching, you know, the way they're teaching these kids nowadays, you know, in college that are trying to better themselves. So they're just, you know, if they go to college, you know, they're obviously trying to learn something. So they, you know, they use that as a tool to brainwash them. You know?
Well, I think if they want to teach that, then they need to be more transparent. Say, you know, I have a communist leaning, and this is what I teach. If you don't want to be in my class, is another option for someone that has something, you know, a little bit more free enterprise. You know what I mean? It's something that is more what we thought America should be, so that people have an option. But then they force these young kids to take certain curriculum under certain teachers, and then they're weaving in their personal agendas, which I don't think that should be happening anyhow in any type of academic scenario, because you're paying money, you're there to get the data and the information, not to have someone's personal opinion on how things should be run, but rather it should be objective. If you're going to talk about what's going on in these other nations and how the structure of the government is, and then let people choose. But if you're going to enforce and then intimidate them and make fun of them, because I've been in classes where it was one of those classes where they introduced, because I went back to school at a later age. I'm like, what's going on here? Why are they enforcing this thought, you know, this teaching that is not academic? It's a preference, an opinion. It's like a religion or, you know, some kind of social system or whatever, which is their personal opinion. Is not necessarily true and not necessarily applicable in the real world. So they have to clean up all of that. And in general, not just in our nation, but around the world, of people using propaganda on children as opposed to, you know, being transparent of what it is and just providing the data and then not, you know, going into personal opinions. When I talk about things, I say, this is my opinion. It's my opinion. I'm not trying to enforce it. I encourage people to think on their own, and I'm sure you feel the same way.
Oh yeah, you know, it's we're living in a free world. Or United States is still a democracy, right? You know, it's not a communist country yet. You know, so we have you know, but I'm optimistic that people are waking up. You know, I do see, you know, and the voting this last year, or, you know, back here in November, it's that's a good indication, you know, that people are waking up, you know, and the ones that didn't vote, you know, they were probably the ones, maybe they were going to vote blue and didn't because it changed their mind, you know, whatever. But at any rate, the whole country's, you know, pretty much red, you know.
Yeah, moving into that direction. And those people that are really hardcore wanting to see the communist teachings and the application of it in our nation, I would encourage them to go and live in some of these nations where they do apply that structure. and see if that's really the way that they want to live, rather than, just blindly accepting these truths. I mean, you can't, you can't really figure things out until you actually go there, and to see how it works, and what doesn't work, and so forth, right?
I seen a lot of that on the Facebook, people putting, probably didn't stay up there very long, but it's like, if you don't, if you hate this country, or if you like communism, so well, go to Venezuela, see how that goes, maybe go over there. Maybe you should get sentenced to 90 days over in Venezuela. See if you change your mind when you come back, because I'm sure they would.
Yeah, but I mean, even like not even saying it like sarcastically or whatever, or harshly. Maybe there's a, you could even create like a safe camp or something where people can, go deeply into how everything would work, and try living that way and see if it works for them. There's a lot of people that are in, because it kind of crosses over into communes or communal living, and some of these cultish groups, like the Jonestown, and not just them, but there was one in Texas, David something, I forget his name.
David Koresh. Yeah.
David Koresh. So they get into a communal state of thinking, but some of the people say, well, this is kind of an indigenous way to live, where, they take all the resources. And when you are like in a smaller group, that's the wisest way to deal with it, because you need to make sure everyone's taken care of. But yeah, I mean, there's somewhere if people can actually experience it, rather than, fighting for it, creating divisions, something, because then people have to have a better understanding, including the professors. I would encourage the professors if they're going to teach certain things, that they put themselves into it for a little while, and then see if they still feel that strongly about that view. They may, and they may not,
And maybe they should have a mandatory class. Maybe that's what Trump.
They can have it. The teachers can have a class too. Yeah.
You have to go to like.
You might see a lot of teachers leave at that point.
Right? In the military, a boot camp.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go to there and you get treated like they get treated, or whatever, and then live like them for about a semester or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
See how they are then. Put all the professors there first.
Yep.
Make sure that they understand what they're teaching and how wrong it is, But yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. I sent you that stuff on that Lauren Moret, Moret. You probably know about her anyways. She was a nuclear, not physicist, but something in that area. And she has a lot of good information, but I did send you those videos on there. I just come across it. I had listened to her 20 years ago, and I think I forgot about her or whatever, and it popped up on my YouTube thing. But it was kind of interesting. She talks about the nuclear the different things. She even said diabetes is that was caused by the radiation whenever they're doing all those explosions, the bombing and all that. So I don't know how true that is, but maybe know.
It would make sense, because what happens is your immune system goes down, and then other internal organs stop to work properly, so it creates imbalances, and anything can happen through radiation exposure. That makes a lot of sense, and we have had incidences of that where people are still experimenting out west, and other parts of the world right now, especially Russia, Ukraine. They're doing things, to each other, which is affecting the land and the food and all that.
And too, they want that black soil. What do they call it?
Yeah, that's precious, good soil that they're destroying through this war, and I don't know why they would intend to do that.
But that's if you got anything else you need from about this next year, I mean, I'm optimistic about it. I mean, I have to be, right?
No, this is good, and I just want to say thank you for joining us today, and appreciate your insight, and appreciate you as a team member. You grounded. Yeah, we always have some good advice, and I think that you've been a good guy for each one of them to talk to when they needed to, just have a conversation. And I mean, I feel that way about everyone on the team. We know that we've all had our struggles, so it's like we get it. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you've done and for supporting, and just leave it there.
Yeah, and I think that you do a really good job with your website, and, doing what you're doing. And Rolf does a good job, editing and all that stuff. I wouldn't change anything. I think it's really good, If other people don't like it, then, maybe they should view other channels. I don't know.
Yeah, you're talking about not the website necessarily, but the channel, right? The YouTube channel.
Yeah, what you're doing with the you post, and stuff like that. Those things are really good. It's good style. I think people, most people like that anyways. They get tired of the same old thing, and I think yours is kind of got your own style, and you guys are doing a good job with that. But anyways, that's all I got, and I hope you all have a good New Year's, and we'll hope for next year, right?
Yep.
We have
for a better year next year.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
All right, thank you. It was the right time.
Yeah, we all got to come together sometime anyway. It's inevitably gonna even though we might be fighting and stuff, now, because there is a lot of fighting going on, a lot of infighting. I mean, that's just the way it's constructed right now, is everything is breaking down. All the systems are breaking down. Everything's breaking down. Religion's breaking down. Politics is breaking down. Economy, everything is breaking down. The societal structure, like organizations are breaking down. Everyone is just it's kind of like it is the end. And that's like what I want. Like, it's because we each year we've come and we've done this at the end of the year, and it's just kind of like it's kind of like an Ouroboros, because we're at the end, but the start of a new beginning too. And each time we do this, I feel like that's what I'm experiencing, is the end of something, but the beginning of something new. At the end of the year. So, we ended the year and everything happened and through the year, which there was obviously a lot of stuff.
It was a lot. There's a lot. It was like intense. And
Yeah,
it was just like one thing. It was like multiple things happening at the same time. And I felt like, wow, it's like, it's like being in a big boat and just it crashes. And the water's coming in. You get things coming in from all different directions. And it's like, how many holes are you going to try to plug at the same time? You can't.
It's hard. It's hard to wrap your head around. Like, when you look back at everything that happened last year, I mean, it was hard to even talk about everything that was happening. Like, but then when you look back, you're just like, oh my God, that was quite a year, and it's leading into this next year, which is going to obviously be even crazier.
Yeah.
So it's just, yeah, we're getting prepared for all that is what we've really been, getting prepared for all this time, and just seeing all the craziness and all the unusual things that are happening is what we've been getting ready for. Like, those people that have been in the community society, like in what we've been in, this is what we've been preparing for, was be able to be stable throughout all of this, because people are going to be losing it. Like, so
yeah. I mean, we've been doing this for quite a few years, you and I. I mean, I don't know what you were doing before then, but you've known Peter for as long as I have, and I've never said this was the craziest year, for sure.
Yeah, even crazier than COVID, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that was crazy, but just all the shit that happened, like, you know, just Trump on getting assassinated and all the, you know, stuff going on with the drones and everything.
Peter getting assassinated.
That, I mean, there's definitely been attempts, you know, on people's lives.
Yeah.
And that's to keep from, you know, that's to keep from obviously anything new from coming in. You know, they're doing whatever they can, you know, to stop what's coming right now. You know, and that's actually what I know too, is the great intimidation is actually what the like elite, what the higher ups are calling this though, because I found out about this you know, like years ago when I was waking up and I was actually in this school, and then the whole thing about the drones is because I recognized like those 10 years ago following me around. You know, when I first woke up, and they are also associated with the black helicopter phenomenon too, because when I first woke up to being a super soldier, that was what I was experiencing. I was experiencing what people are now reporting in the media. Like I was experiencing those flying all around me, like circling me, following me around everywhere I've gone for the past 10 years. I've been aware of their presence around me, following me, monitoring me, you know, connecting with me in my dreams. I've actually seen what they look like uncloaked and what they can do. It's a black triangle, and it's like sleek. It looks like metallic. And when they decloak, that's what you would see, because it's an anti-gravity craft. And they also have the ability to create a portal in front of them and just go in the portal and disappear, because I've seen them do that. So I mean, I've seen what those look like when they're decloaked, and that's why I know that this is the great intimidation, because they're flying around, they're doing what they're doing because they're getting people ready for the, you know, for what we're the show that we're about to see, that actually is going to graduate humanity into the next phase of existence, because we have to go through this. You know, and I've even seen it in my dreams. I saw it in my dreams. You know, in this year, one day I was having a dream, and I look up in the sky, and there's these holographic aliens in the sky, and then there's UFOs darting all around them, like taking them out. And then I was just like, holy shit! I'm experiencing the invasion and stuff. And then I just knew at that time that my time had come, and that this was the time that I had been getting prepared for, to help people understand what's going on, and be like a light to help people. Yeah. Because, you know, those people that know, like you and me and stuff, are going to be like guides through that. And that's what's happening right now. So that's what I've come to understand is happening with the great intimidation.
I was talking to someone recently, and I said, you know, that the whole black helicopter thing is such a weird phenomenon. And, you know, like you can be literally just talking to someone, just talking to them, not having like a major, like not on the phone, not on a computer, outside, away from any, like what you would think is, you know, I don't know, technology of any sort. And you talk about just the one wrong thing that they don't want you talking about, and they show up. And I've had people just go, wait a minute, what's going on? And they look outside, and we just got touched on a hot topic. And that thing just went crazy.
They do let you know. Yeah, they do let you know. And that's how I know, because they're always monitoring us, and then they can pop in from anywhere, you know, at any time, because they have that, they're interdimensional, and they have that portal technology. So that's how they're able to just come. And I mean, they're always flying around me, all the time, but I know that it's been, to prepare me for, when they come uncloaked and stuff. And because in my dream, when I saw them come uncloaked, it was a black triangle, and then it just started lowering down to the ground, and it landed. And then I was like, oh shit. I'm like, oh shit. And then the people got out of it, and they looked like they were from the future. Like literally they looked like they were from the future. And I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, that looks like Queen Amidala from Star Wars or something. Like I was trying to understand but they were from the future. And then I went up to go into the ship and stuff, and then they got back on the ship, and then they rose up and then created a portal and just popped out. And that was the experience that I had from them. But also I had another one too, where I've seen them decloak, and literally they could light up the whole sky. Like their lights can oscillate, and if they lit up, like it would just light the whole sky up. And so if people saw this, like just one of them right now, they would be scared shitless. And especially if they landed and got out, because I've also seen them, they've approached me in my dreams where they landed and then they got out, and I literally saw like super soldiers get out, like 12-foot super soldiers. And I was like, oh shit. I'm like, I'm scared. I'm like, you actually scared me. I'm like, I'm scared. I'm like, I'm scared of what I'm seeing, but all right, so I've had those.
The peacekeeper was literally walking around in Canada, and he said that these guys showed up in these jumpsuits, and he's not afraid of too many people. I mean, you hear him talk. He's military, and he did some, serious stuff. So he said these guys showed up in these like suits that looked like it wouldn't be very warm. He said it was freezing out. He said they didn't have like a hat on or anything like that. He said they were big. They were like, they were all well over like 6'5" or so, or around that. And he said they were just really tall, like in perfect shape, and just walking around. And he said he felt fear, like not completely that he was afraid of them, but he knew better than to start with them.
Oh yeah, you don't want to mess, and that's what I'm saying is like with what's happening with the merging of realities, because that's what we've been experiencing. That reality is coming into this one, so we have to get ready to be operating in that reality. You know what I'm saying? Where there's going to be advanced technology, it's going to be a different government, because our government is going to, like, everything's going to fall here. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I think is going to happen here is everything collapses, they're going to show up, and then, they're already building a structure. So it will appear more seamless than like a complete, I think the absence of them would create that void, which would then cause this disruption in the matrix where everyone would be like, what's going on, almost dystopian. But we could be dystopian without a war, because it's the way that the systems are. And say, if Mobius has their matrix over us and then Mobius is pulled out, like, we don't know what's underneath that. You know what I mean? And I've seen them actually work on our true matrix, whereas the Mobius is the fake matrix. They did an overlay years ago to when it went down, and are you talking about in April when the matrix?
No, I'm talking about like thousands of years ago. Mobius took over and created their own overlay reality matrix on top of that's where you get the Matrix, the movie.
Yeah.
So Peter talked about this years ago, that they came in. That's why we were trying to get rid of their matrix, because they were manipulating our true matrix that already existed. But we don't know what they've done to our true matrix, if they've been, hitting away at it or just taking parts out, you know what I mean? Because it's a structure. It's a construct.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
so this is where we're kind of remember
That-
Peter
yeah,
took all the leaders of all of these corporations out. He took them out, but they're still existing on some level, but not as strong. So as they collapse, we're going to feel it because they actually were inserted and over certain things, but then their absence would be the void. So without any war at all, we could experience some kind of weird, like, what's going on around here?
yeah. That would be kind of even. Yeah, that would be. You couldn't really explain it. That'd be even more interesting than like that'd be worse than a war. Just having a void, like just nothing. Like
Well, it's like the movie The 13th Floor, where you literally just like you drive out to the end, and then all you see is just like the outline of everything.
yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be like that, but there are places that Peter said there are places on the earth that sort of look a little like that. And I also thought of what's that place out in California? Starts with a J, with all the crazy trees and
Joshua Tree.
Joshua Tree. Joshua Tree is missing something. There's like a void there.
Oh yeah, no, I've been there. I was stationed down there, you know, in the military, in the Marines. So I mean, there's definitely some activity going down there for sure.
Definitely, it's weird, right? Is it a weird energy?
Actually, all out there too, like in Joshua Tree and all Victorville, all those places. I've heard there's just all sorts of demonic, you know, drug. Like there's all sorts of that stuff going on out there.
Yeah. You don't see too many people really camping out there either, right? Like if they did, it's just kind of weird. It's a weird feeling.
Yeah, that's a good. It's a good description. Just kind of like a void in the Matrix. But no, I mean, I know that you know, with what's happening with the merging of realities, you know, things are showing up in our reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, they're just showing up, and like the I mean, there's a lot of stuff, but like one of the things you can see is like the monoliths. You know, Peter said that those were tuning forks that were showing up. You know, and that was the explanation of that. But there's all sorts of stuff showing up, like UFOs, freaking, you know, ships, you know, army, like everything's showing up from other realities here.
Yeah, the whole what's it called? The Tarkov reality from the video game.
Yeah.
That bled through. That's before we had all this problem over in you know, Russia and Ukraine. That happened first.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. That connects with what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, he's been telling us all along that these things they're happening, and then we're seeing the effect of it. Now, the Sixth Reich, you know, being in the alternate, in the bleed-through reality, where, you know, Zelensky is able to access and control our money system almost, you know, dictating how much money he wants, you know, like we're the bank. And how does that happen in any other reality other than that he has control, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's getting weird. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely getting weird, but it's good that we got like Peter and we got the team and stuff to, you know, so we can report on what the news doesn't report on, you know?
Right.
Like, that's definitely good.
And the drones and everything that you mentioned earlier, I mean, he said that part of that's reverse engineered technology that our government and agencies or corporations are using.
Okay, that's good that he said that.
The other part is your ETs from, you know, and those coming from Zelensky's Sixth Reich, the Azov group.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Like they're invading, and where are they invading? They're invading from the middle of the country. That's what Peter said. And then you saw all of it happening in New Jersey's not quite the middle of the country, but it is going further to that, area. So immediately I thought about it. I was like, I bet that's Zelensky's group bleeding through.
Yeah, I got a feeling right here that, like, with you mentioning that, like, yeah. Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
we're even looking at the Great Lakes, and the Great Lakes is an area where a monarch is, right?
right. Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's as we're getting more into time here, that's what I'm saying too, is Peter told me back in 2016, that's when he first, read my files and all that stuff, let me know who I was, and that I was a sleeper for Kruger and Monarch and stuff, but every year that gets more apparent. You know what I'm saying? Because before, when you first learn about it, you're like, okay, I'm involved in all this stuff, but then 8 years into it, you're like, okay, I'm really getting more involved as time goes on, and that's kind of the effect that being a super soldier is. Like, I know, like, I've like made up a term actually, like, called chronesthesia, and it's a term that I kind of like created to describe what it feels like to be involved in all this time travel and all this stuff that we're going through, and then like operating in the normal world,
Simultaneously. I know.
It's like, for me though, it's actually getting like, I actually can't pretend anymore. Like, it's like I can't pretend. Like most people, I know we're like 1 in a million out there, and like, being awake and stuff. We're definitely part of the small percentage of people that are awake, but it's very hard for me to be around like anyone right now. Yeah, it's something.
Yeah, I like that term. You should coin it. It's yours.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Like, because it's real. Like,
you should write a book on that. You should write a book on what it's like to be in that, experience, because it's very surreal. I've been experienced that all my life. I know what you're talking about, where, you're just, doing an everyday thing, and then simultaneously you are watching this whole thing play out, and you're like, what is going on? I mean, I learned how to deal with it. It's because I've been experiencing it since I was a child, because if you don't deal with it, then you are out of touch with what's happening. It's dangerous. Can't be in two places at once, or you have to learn to balance it for the sake that balance. You can actually look like, you need psychological help. And a lot of people can step into that, and I feel for them, because I understand what they're going through, but they didn't know how to balance it,
Yeah, I'm still working on that, and I'm getting more balance and stuff, but it is the most, it's a task, you know what I'm saying, to be able to, well, we did want to know, we did want to open the door. We opened the door to Pandora's box, but now, there's no turning back. There's no going back, so.
Yeah, but you did that probably maybe thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
It's not this lifetime that you did it. I mean, that's what we're talking about, is it's not, some people that were super soldiers, you've been doing this for a long time. And so when you start to remember, sometimes it's a blessing that you don't remember, because then you can live your life. But those of us that remember.
Peter has said that, it's almost better not to. But what I've actually been learning, from the Pythagorean Illuminati, who I've been being guided by through all of their work for the past like 8 years, they actually do have a very good, like they know what's going on the other side. And to speak about like forgetting and stuff, they talk about the river Lay, that the souls on the other side, like they choose to drink, like however much of the river you choose to drink is how much you're going to remember in your next life coming in. So some people, you know, drink a whole bunch, but other people don't, you know, and then that determines how much you remember when you come back in. And I mean, for me, I must have not drank very much of that river, because I remember like a lot of my past lives, and you know, a lot of the memories and stuff. So, and I mean, I know that, yeah, I chose to know all this though, because I knew it would help me. It would help me with my mission, you know, that I'm here for, to awaken humanity and to its divinity, and so we can actually like rise ourselves up again, like a phoenix, you know, from the wasteland, you know, and rise up like a phoenix and reclaim our divinity, and defeat the elite, the old world order that is controlling us through different means, mind control, economic, political, religious, like all of that, like to be able to empower people with knowledge, to be able to escape the confines of the Demiurge, you know, which is keeping souls in a cyclical pattern, like they show Groundhog Day. You know, they also show that on Edge of Tomorrow too, because I woke up to that, but I also woke up to how to get out of it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it's all about. And so if you watch those movies, you can get kind of a good lesson to be able to escape the loop, you know, that we're in. And we all got to collectively escape the loop, because it starts individually, you know, because, you know, the universe is made up of individual minds. Like we're all like, but the collective, we all the minds make up the collective. And if all those minds are like unawakened, we're just going to keep in the prison. So it's like we got to awaken minds and stuff, like in the Matrix, to be able to liberate humanity. So that's definitely my mission.
I couldn't have said it any better. I mean, it's exactly like that. You do fall into repeating over and over and over again certain things, and there's a certain element in karma that if you don't resolve the issue, you'll still have to deal with that same individual. They'll just show up in another time in your life, each lifetime, until you resolve it. So you're going to keep correcting these issues over and over again. And the same thing we look at the mud floods, and they keep on resetting and resetting and resetting. You know, civilization after civilization falling, but they're similar to ours, you know, and we just keep going over and over that same scenario or whatever problem that we didn't get past. Maybe it's a continuation of wars that need to be resolved, or, you know, some other things about, you know, prejudice or racism, or some, you know, bigger issues where we are not accepting one another, or, you know, whatever that is. You know, it's on a higher level where they're watching and observing us to try to help us to get to that next level, and we have to get beyond certain things that are holding us back. But that loop, ending that loop, is important.
That we're inevitably going to get to the next level. You know, we can't be held back forever, because that is the purpose of the universe is to evolve through the dialectic. And what I've heard is actually that the universe is like as a God factory. It's making like gods and goddesses through the experience of life, you know, and reincarnation and stuff. And each time you learn more, and collectively we are just learning as a consciousness, and then once we learn, we'll go to the next level, like collectively. And
yeah,
then
I think go ahead.
Yeah, we'll just when that will be the evolution of our consciousness, because there is only, like I've learned, there's only a handful of people that can change a consciousness of a world, you know, but those it is in those people's hands, you know, to do it. So,
Yeah.
but once like I actually learned 10%, it only takes 10% of a tribe to learn something for the rest of it to change. So I know that, with all that's going on, humanity is going to awaken, and we're going to be able to be guided by higher intelligences, like because it's definitely time for that. It's definitely time for us to merge with those higher intelligences. But we got to meet them. We can't just stay down here. We have to actually meet them halfway. We got to rise ourselves up too.
Yeah, you were talking about becoming like a god or a goddess, and I think, not to rule other people, but to become the master of our own lives. A lot of people feel disempowered, and we need to be able to make those decisions and to see beyond the confines.
The elite know this, that everybody's God and the God, but they use it. They misuse it and stuff like that. This is the truth. Like, we are the creators of our reality and stuff. And once we know that empowers us to be able to do it more. And that's what they don't want. That's what they don't want.
Because then they're getting pushed out. We don't need them anymore. They want the dependency. They want the children or the slaves or the obedient ones to comply to whatever their agenda is. And that paradigm has to, there should be structure to some degree, but not something that is completely unhealthy. Like, you'll have nothing and you'll be happy. You'll live in, a small virtual reality scenario in a small, like, closet-like size home. You know what I mean?
I saw an episode of that on Black Mirror. That was that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, they had this guy in this little room, and he could just watch this little TV, and it had this like little counter where he had to go to this like station every day and ride this bike to get these credits or whatever to watch entertainment.
I saw
and stuff.
that one.
And I was like, oh my God, they got it. But at the end of that, though, he got at the end of the show, and then he actually stood up against the elite. Against that one, because he had enough. And that's what we have. That's the point that we have to get to, is that we've had enough of this system. We've had enough of the lying, like the religious control, the political control, the economic control, like bread and circuses and stuff that are keeping everybody like subdued and stuff. That once all that breaks down, humanity is going to be like, okay, it's time for something new, because this is not working out right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, exactly. They also need to let go of the need to try to control us, and also they need to be responsible and stop destroying the planet, and then calling it global warming, calling it, whatever, agenda that they have, killing.
Yeah, they need to be held.
And crazy stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's my understanding of what's happening. They've done so much mind control on us that it's taking, obviously, however long it's taken for us to wake up, but it's inevitable that it's going to hit a 100th monkey and stuff. And actually the Pythagorean Illuminati have, like, they know that there's going to be another second enlightenment, another revolution. Like, they've been behind all the revolutions in the past too. So this, like, me knowing their information, I kind of, like, actually Peter's even said to me, because he's the only one that I've talked to about the Pythagorean Illuminati, and he says, yes, they know the next context of existence. They know it, and like it looks like a meritocracy, social and national capitalism replacing pre-market Zionist capitalism, and illumination replacing all the Abrahamic religions, and this is like the new world order that's coming in. It's going to be different, obviously, but it's going to be better.
I think people get triggered by the term New World Order because it's usually associated with another control system.
But the elite did that on purpose, just like they did with the Illuminati. They took the name Illuminati and New World Order. This is part of the Armageddon conspiracy, and they actually flipped it so people wouldn't know that a New World Order is something new, and that the Illuminati are actually the good guys, that are actually the oldest secret society in the world that has always been opposed to the elite and are still in existence today, fighting against them, and and they're very organized and they're powerful, but they've always been hiding and stuff, fighting against the elite, preserving the knowledge of the Grail religion, and I found them, so I'm able to get their information out to people.
Yeah, they originally meaning was illumined ones, which they don't own that.
They don't
own that.
Because once I found them, I'm like, I knew that they knew like everything, because they actually have in their writing the grand unified theory of everything. They already found it. They already solved the Cartesian dualism, which philosophy, science, all that they're trying to do. Cartesian dualism is the mind-body phenomenon and connecting it.
Mm-hmm.
And the Illuminati actually already did that with their system. And then they explain the solving of the Cartesian dualism by explaining the two different realms that there are. The dimensional world of physical matter, and then the dimensionless world of mind. And that makes up their 6-dimensional cosmology of the universe. So they, and science is still working on figuring out what the Illuminati already have, with complicated theories like M theory and string theory and all these theories. But the Illuminati say those people are all wasting their time because they're going against Occam's razor, which is actually the simplest explanation is the explanation. And the Illuminati already have done it. And they explained the grand unified theory in their books. So it's definitely really interesting, all their material.
Well, all the old information has been wiped out, constantly wiped out, and then they bring in a new belief system, like they got rid of the old math, the early math that was actually accurate, and then they incorporated other types of math that keep people out of sync with nature and what everything is, and eliminating that part of it.
That's what it is. Like, that's actually what the Illuminati say. Like, the universe is actually made of numbers, and it is math. Like, yes. That's and that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it has problems and it has solutions, and it makes sense. And actually, they actually say, the Illuminati say the part of the grand unified theory of everything is Euler's formula, which explains basically the monadology of the universe, and explains how the universe is made up of singular minds.
Yep. Yeah. But a lot of the different.
It's a hologram because they release that information in the holographic soul. It's a hologram, and we have to. That's another part we have to understand about the nature of reality.
Yeah, well, that goes back to the Matrix. And the Matrix on top of a Matrix, and who knows, maybe there's even another one that's involved. So we got, multiple things. That's why some people are picking up different things from others, because it's layers of this information bleeding through into our present existence, especially now where it feels like a little bit's getting peeled away, and so other things are becoming a little more brighter and prominent, and it's like, that doesn't make any sense. We've never experienced that.
Yeah, it's getting, we're not in Kansas anymore.
No.
Yeah. The Illuminati, they made a good metaphor that they are like, because they explain who they actually are, because there's so many misperceptions and misconceptions that cloud them, and who they are, but they say they are like the freedom fighters. They are like the crew of the Nebuchadnezzar that are connecting into people here to get people to help join in the fight against the elite, like with knowledge that's who they are, because they're actually outside our context of existence, because they're an advanced secret society.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's exciting.
It's exciting times and challenging times at the same time. And this is, we could probably talk for hours, Anthony, but we'll probably have to go because I don't know how long this show's going to be.
You always, it's always long. It's always long.
Like 6 hours, I think, last year, or something crazy. Yeah, or maybe less than that, but still, yeah, we just try to incorporate everyone's thoughts and really give everyone to have something to think about. These are people that are in my world, my experience, and I just like to share it with everyone. And I always say 10 minutes per person. It never happens. I think Peter's the only one that sticks to 10 minutes because he's so military. If I say 10 minutes, he go, all right, it has to end right now.
That's fun.
That's okay, because we give him hours and hours and hours throughout the year. So
yeah.
But
yeah, well, it's been a year, but I'm always have a message of hope and inspiration. Like, I know it's hard and stuff, but I always have hope, and I always am inspired and motivated to move forward, in life and consciousness and everything, because it is our evolution is going to be our ascension. So I know what has to be done. So I'm I have to be inspired. So
yep. Yeah, well, you've chosen to take the path and to go into places that most people don't want to, and are too challenging or whatever. And you have to have a perspective of looking at things from many different angles rather than just seeing it as straight out linear and black and white, or it's either one or the other. And in order to do this, you have to look at things from many different ways to be able to take it all in. And that's what I appreciate about you, that you step out of the boundaries, you explore in areas that people are, concerned about or worried, and you're fearless in some of your discussions, and not worried so much about hurt, not that you would affect anyone, but talking about things that most people might think are out of range, but then you bring it in a way which I appreciate. It's very, very interesting, and we need people that are willing to step out of the comfort zone and say things that they know and understand, not with the risk of any type of scrutiny, but not worrying about that and still moving forward. And then it helps to open something new up, But if no one did that, if everyone was too careful and safe, we'd be, you'd be stuck.
You'd never get out of the house. You know what I'm saying? You'd stay with mom and dad.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
Yeah, everything's a metaphor. I've learned that in life too. Just everything is just like a metaphor. So, you just gotta row your boat gently down the stream.
And not be afraid of the storms or the waves or anything like that, and just do it. And yeah, you've done it, and like you said, we can laugh about it. I know that there were times when it was uncomfortable, but you did it anyhow. It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
That's why we're here. Yeah.
I'm glad that we can, laugh about it and smile about it. It obviously has been hard, but that's what I've always stayed focused on, is what's on the other side of all this. And I have a pretty good idea. And that's what keeps me going.
For example, when you were talking about super soldiers, way before anyone else, You just went straight ahead. You said, this is what happened. This is what I remember. And I know a lot of people are probably looking at you saying, who is this? What are they talking about? You know, you kind of broke through it. I can appreciate that. I, kind of went through it as well. But you literally, convinced people to have you talk about it on their show, and they were not fully comfortable with it or whatever. And then they enjoyed it. They enjoyed what you had to share and understood. And you're like a groundbreaker, in some of this.
Yeah.
I said that to Peter. I said, when people didn't really understand and know about this, I said, you were out there talking about it. And even some of Peter's information, which, you were talking to all sorts of people about Peter's information.
I brought that in. I brought that into the picture because when I found it, I was relieved. You know what I'm saying? When I found Peter, and because I'm like, okay, this is what I've been looking for, to really let me know what's going on. So that I knew his information was of the utmost importance. So I use that definitely.
Yeah. So I just want to say I appreciate that, and thank you for being you and doing what you did. Yeah, it helps to be where we're at right now, and
everything you're doing on the show, and that you and Rolf do, and Peter, the team, everybody. I appreciate everybody that's here in this experience, going through life, every soul, we're all here, yeah. So I give honor to that, every soul. We're all going through the experience. So, I just thank you, Jessica, for giving me the time to speak.
You're welcome. And anytime you want to speak, you're welcome to come on my platform and do that. And thank you, and happy holidays to you. And hopefully we get to meet soon. Person.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
Yep. Okay, Anthony, thank you. I just wanted to say happy holidays and greetings to you, Ian. Ian, you were involved in the Andronetalks transmissions and had helped us in the later years. And you're also from the Rhodan Earth Council.
Oh.
So, yeah, happy holidays to you.
Thanks, Jessica. Nice to see you again. It's been a while. Yeah.
And I'm holding the space for England. Here, see, this is London.
England. We're possibly thinking of moving back there, actually, from Sweden. I've lived in Sweden now for 20 years, and it's starting to feel like there's a pullback now. So maybe 3 or 4 years time, relocate. Yeah,
they could use some energy. I think they're having a hard time.
My God, it's crazy over there. I was there in the summer, and where my sister lives in the suburbs of London, they've got these cameras, and they track all the movements of the cars, and if it's an older car, they kind of bill you like, I don't know, 10, 15 pounds a day for using an older vehicle, just because they deem it as having high emissions. And that's like, it could be like 5 years old. And so people have got cars sitting on the drive, even, luxury cars or whatever, sitting on the drive. They can't use them. So they're forcing people into public transport or, but the people aren't really saying anything, in the suburbs, they're just swallowing it.
Wow.
I don't understand it.
Yep. No, it doesn't make any sense. Well, I mean, there's a lot of fear. I mean, they were bothering people over social media. Did you say this on social media? But that's the England, Australia, Canada.
The Five Eyes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're the ones that are going to be last in the awakening process, I think.
or the first, because of the oppression. And I know Canada's really rebelling, but they're having a hard time.
Yeah, they're really trying it on there, though, aren't they? It's dictatorial. I'm hearing some terrible things from Canada.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think Australia's worse. I think it's worse.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, they came down hard on the people, and then people that were vocal at all on social media, they literally visited their home, which is.
I saw it. Yeah. I saw on X, I think. Someone opened the door, and there was a couple of, I don't know, they said they were from a government agency or whatever. I don't know what they said, but they were saying that he made comments on social media, and he just told them to clear off. And he seemed to be clued up on the law, and they just went away, without, they were trying to intimidate him, but they couldn't. It was all recorded. He was recording it, and they went away. So, you got to kind of disobey. How can you say peacefully disobey to start with?
Yeah, it's peacefully.
Otherwise, you're going to be pushed. They're going to just push people into whatever narrative they're or agenda they want you to go into. It's terrible these days. It's absolutely bonkers. But like the things they're trying to do and the things they're kind of portraying as reality.
Yeah.
But the good thing is, everyone now is able to see that they can create their own reality. So.
Yeah.
So
they don't have to stay in there. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. This mainstream reality that everyone's plugged into at the moment, this Google metropolis or whatever it is, it's just giving one picture, and it's like a lockstep across the world, isn't it? Some kind of weird woke LGBT worship kind of stuff,
and I don't even know if it's 100% LGBT. It's almost like they've added things on there that some of those people don't even agree with. I think it's a bigger agenda. I think that they have, they're contriving things for, I think the bigger picture is not just like sexual liberation, but closer to depopulation.
Definitely depopulation.
Yeah, if they can just get people to no longer procreate, or to do it, maybe I don't know if it's probably pretty pricey to get surrogates, or how the celebrities do it. They put out some money, but they're trying to discourage that. They do want to depopulate heavily.
Yeah. What's your views on that?
Well, we could start with the ones that came up with the idea. If they think it's good to depopulate, set the example.
There's some exactly. There's some kind of myth that the planet can't support everybody, and this idea that it can only support like low millions, and then they can sit on the top of the pile and get and just have whoever's left as slaves. And in slaves in poverty, whereby they can have like they can be in the rich echelons.
To be able to, I guess maybe some celebrities or very, very wealthy people want the freedom to go around and travel and do what they want and not see everyone else around there. But that's not our problem if it becomes antisocial. That's not the issue. I mean, they could have it under the guise of global warming, and then create global warming. That's the other thing that we're seeing. Is on one hand, we create the problem, but now we have to solve the problem, and solving the problem means that you have to sacrifice, because we're not going to sacrifice anything. Same people that say you can't fly in vehicles, you can't have a private, you can't fly in any kind of plane, but then they have private planes, or they have their yachts, or they have other things. And you know, Peter talked about the emissions that come off of these tankers, you know, that they've done absolutely nothing about, and they're worried about the cows. So because they don't want us to, you know, be strong because we need, you know, protein. And I mean, some people think we don't need meat at all, but that's a choice, but it shouldn't be imposed on everyone.
Yeah, no.
Right.
No, I don't think I could survive without meat. I think meat's essential. Well, I think for me, meat is essential, you know. But I can understand. I was vegetarian for like 6 or 7 years, and it was okay. It got hard to find, you know, kind of recipes that you like all the time, and you get into repetitive dishes, you know, the same old thing over again. So it was a real relief to eat meat again. It was not an ethical choice, but it was more of a health choice.
Yeah, because if you don't have the adequate amount of protein, you can get seriously sick. Your body, you know, you need to really make sure you do, if you go down that road of being a vegetarian, to make sure you have enough knowledge on it, or else you can get, you know, be very deficient. And I've seen people, you know, start aging or feel really, they look like they're angry. And I think it's affecting their emotions because they don't have the right balance of minerals and vitamins and proteins that are required, because our biology requires certain things, whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
You know, so people need to educate themselves. It's like anything. You make a choice, be responsible in that choice, and do, you know, do good service to your body. But the younger people that are trying to do it out of, like, you know, they feel like morally it bothers them to consume an animal product, and that's fine. But then you really need to have that information out there so these people, you know, don't get into serious health issues.
Yeah. I don't know if you looked at the spiritual path of animals, would they incarnate here to, you know, there's a train of thought that has some traction that says that if you just become vegetarian, you're it's like the animals that incarnate here to be part of the food chain as a path, their lessons are falling on, you know, they aren't being heard, or they're not fulfilling their role. And but when you start looking into that, then you have to look into what's, you know, why certain people have so much misfortune in their lives because of, you know, and it's a bit hard to A, understand, and B, accept for that person who's been kind of really struggling and things, that might be I don't know, part of a path, or maybe the path's been interrupted by something. But changing the subject slightly, going back to what you were talking about what's going on here. It's almost like it's been terraformed. We're being terraformed for whatever ET race fence is coming here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's been going on for a long time now, and it's almost in the. I think what's happening now with the white hats and everything, they're kind of pulling it. Maybe starting to flip it. But if it had remained unchecked, and if people hadn't woken up to what's really going on, then this place would have just got terraformed and it'll be populated by whoever.
Yeah, it's like they do like a reset every certain amount of years and try to introduce something else. And while a lot of people are studying mud floods and what happened with Tartaria, that they want to initiate it again with another agenda, and or like you say, maybe they're bringing in others that we're sort of aware of, because some of these people and the way they're behaving and acting don't seem aligned with the rest of us. It's almost like they're coming in with new ideas that seem very strange. Like they're incarnating the younger generation, and I don't know if it's all the nature and nurture of things. So the nurture being the educational system or the way they're getting raised, or the dynamic of being raised by single parents, or alternative parenting or whatever. But it's like they're coming up with these views of the world. It's quite different. It's almost like there was different information introduced, and then of course the TikTok generation. Like everyone wants to be a celebrity. Everybody wants to shine in some way as a profession, which is not anything that was really sought after in my generation or generations before then.
No, that's right. And all the game shows now are kind of competition, a high competition, like person against person. And it's almost like you got to tread on other people's heads to get, to win. And there's a real culture's really changed.
Yeah, Hunger Games.
Like I think to quote Terence McKenna, this is a quote that I really like of it. So, culture isn't your friend, and it isn't, is it? Because people, each generation they follow a certain culture, and all you got to do is to get in and play with that culture and steer it in a certain direction, and then you get like everyone following it,
Yeah.
And as history is written by the victors, like what is reality? If you can't trust culture and you can't trust history, you don't know yourself.
Yeah, that's why people are learning to research themselves. There's some really good researchers that are out there now, and they've laid down some groundwork. And maybe you don't agree with 100% of what they're saying, but you can't deny some of the stuff. Some of these people are literally showing pictures, stating facts, and facts is a hard thing to argue unless you're not you're not in a place where you're willing to see the truth. No,
that's right. I saw an interesting video which really resonated with me. It was about it was a Russell Brand one. I was watching it yesterday, and he was talking about crikey, I forgot the guy's name now. But the guy who ended up in Russia because he was revealing a load of how can I forget that guy's name? The military, the top encryption military whistleblower who was arrested, but he got moved to Russia.
Okay, yeah, I can't think of who that is either.
But, the main guy now who's been going for like 20 years, and anyway, basically, what's the guy's name?
I know that completely wiped the memory. We can cut this part out. So if you want to find.
Yeah, see if I can find his. Not Julian Assange, but the other guy.
Julian Assange. That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah, no. I'm the American guy.
American guy.
Oh, God, we do. Oh, it's crazy. The guy who went into all the systems and pulled out loads of information, and he was arrested, and then he got shipped to Russia. Like the Russians got him because he. Oh.
Can you do a search on it really quick?
Kind of kick ourselves for this. Snowden.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were thinking about Snowden.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll cut all that out. All right, so go ahead and start talking about Snowden.
So I was watching this video the other day, Russell Brand, and he was talking about Edward Snowden, and it really resonated with me because this is what's happening. Because at the start, it was Edward Snowden was the one who was releasing all the information, and now what's happened is that has made every person who investigates things like you and me, are now Edward Snowden's. And so there was one Edward Snowden, did a big reveal, and now it's opened the floodgates for everyone else. And so now everyone who just questions the narrative and does a bit of research and doesn't necessarily kind of believe everything that they're told, they're now an Edward Snowden. So instead of having one Edward Snowden, there's like millions, if not billions, of Edward Snowdens.
Yes.
And this is what the systems are. This is what's happened now, and this is why the media and everything are in meltdown, because there's so many individuals who, and it doesn't have to be everyone. It has to be, there's like enough now to disseminate information to small groups, and so the small groups everywhere getting information about this, that, and the other, and it really does start the ball rolling, you know. So I thought that was funny, you know.
It is, yeah. You know, like they thought they were getting rid of one and they got a whole bunch of them. And the alternative media has done phenomenal things to awaken the people and help them to understand that they have a voice, and they don't, you know, it's one way of, you know, it's a peaceful protest, or, you know, revealing some information that needed to be heard, that shouldn't be ignored. And so you're right, there's all these different news venues now that never existed before.
Yeah.
Plus Alex, what's his name? Alex Jones opened up stuff too. And people are like, you know, you're bad, you're wrong, or whatever. And, you know, time and time again, he keeps proving that it was the truth. Yeah. And so people are starting to, respect that.
So like David Icke, everyone laughed at him to start with, and now he's still going, and he's got a monster audience, and now he's one of the most dangerous men in the world, apparently, according to kind of legacy media.
Yeah, they accused him.
Yeah,
of lying.
Kind of like a peace advocate, and he's the most dangerous man in the world. He's turned into another Gandhi. Yeah.
Yeah, and how much money? It's like they sued him for like $1 billion, which I don't even know if he had that. You know, like it didn't even make any sense.
Yeah. They just scare you with figures, don't they? You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's. I think things are moving in the right direction. It looks like it's all doom and gloom, but there's a lot. There's a lot of people working behind the scenes. There's a lot of positivity coming out, and I think, I personally think the image they're showing us isn't the real image. What it's like, I'll tell you what it's like. I started watching a series on Apple TV called The Silo, and basically there's a load of people. There's like a town of people or a city of people living in this giant silo, and they don't know why they're there, but they've been told that the earth is poisoned, and they look through and all they can see, they can't see out, they can see through a camera. They have like a camera view in certain rooms, like in the canteen and in the library and things, of what the outside world looks like. They're told it's poisonous. But then certain people have got access to the computer, and they hacked into it before that they went into the silo, and it seems that everything's fine there. But the people are living there in the pretense that if they go up, they're going to get poisoned. And certain people go up, but it seems I've only seen the first two first series, but it seems like they're poisoning the suits. If someone says they want to go, I said, right, okay, you go, right? They get put in prison, and then they have to do like a walk of shame to go out. But I'm thinking they're poisoning the suits themselves, because when they go out, they see the birds flying and butterflies and things, and it's all great. And then they die in front of everyone watching them, and everyone thinks it's poisonous. But, the truth is, it's really fine out there. But for some reason, the lords of the silo want everyone kept in there, maybe like a giant looting operation or something, you know. They want to try and keep them in there. So I see that as happening now, you know, whereby you're being showed this. Yeah, there is a lot of weird and dangerous stuff going on at the moment. But to be shown it all the time when there's so many good things going on as well, it's a bit of a twist of reality.
That's an excellent point. And unfortunately, we have to start wrapping this up. But I really like that analogy, and I hope people think about what you just said there. What are your thoughts on the upcoming year?
The upcoming year, I think it's going to be a very interesting one. I think there's going to be lots of revelation. There's going to be lots of action. You can't take on face value what's going to happen, because the reality that we've been told it has been a lie. So it's hard to get anchor points and to make a judgment on what's going on when you don't really know what the hell's kind of reality is in the first place. So maybe there's going to be lots more obvious kind of UFO activity. Maybe there's going to be like more of a kinetic conflict. Well, hopefully a limited one between countries. Let's hope it doesn't. I can't see it going full blast. World War III, but you know, things have been going on behind the scenes for a long time, haven't they? So if you like, World War III's been going on for like 4 or 5 years, if not longer. So I can see it becoming more of an obvious conflict and hopefully not getting out of hand. I think it's under wraps. But yeah, I see a constant. I see people waking up more still. I see there's going to be more revelations and more shocks to what truth is, and you know, what reality is. So basically, I've got these points here I've written, right? You know, what I think is important, because they're going to try and come up with every kind of stupid idea to lock things down, to, I don't know, maybe stop Trump being inaugurated, or you know, just to, you know, kind of create another pandemic. That's in the offing, I know, but yeah, hopefully that's been stopped now. So I always say this is Ian's guide to living through the next year. Okay. Just question everything. Realize that culture is not your friend. Decentralizing is the key to success. So anything that involves centralization, like the central bank currency and things like that, look very, very closely at that, and you don't just go for it just because it sounds like free money, and peacefully disobey the mainstream narrative. I think if you start being a bit discerning about these things, you know, I think as we go on further now, we need to be more discerning about what we're kind of believing we're being told and what should be done and things like that. So it's almost like we're getting to be more sovereign, and we need to make decisions and not give our sovereignty away. And it's like because they held the sovereignty, and now the individual holds the sovereignty, but kind of doesn't realise it, and so it's well within the rights and the privilege of everyone who feels they're under a government to know that, you know, they can create their own reality. And don't be in the silo and look out the window and think you have to follow what everyone, what the upper echelon tells you to do. Easier said than done, I know, but
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Ian, for joining us today. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Jess. Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Yeah, we're going to thank the Rhodan Earth Council that have been here for quite a few years. Has it been about 8 years, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, we just keep going and holding the space and helping others to come and awaken and understand their own purpose for being here. So
Yeah.
it's all good.
Oh,
Thank you again.
question everything.
Question everything.
Disobey.
Okay, so we're here with Powerlady, and also known as Irene, and according to Peter, the insider. And so I just want to say Happy New Year to you.
Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate it. And it will be and is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, what I ask people is a reflection on 2023 and then your thoughts about, 2020, I will say it again, a reflection on 2024 and then your thoughts for 2025.
Okay. Well, what I have seen for 2024 is that it seemed like we were in the middle of a lot going on in the left and right. And I think that we had to go deeper to find out where our place is, because there were so many distractions. There was disclosure, and then we're not sure if the disclosure was real or if it was something to distract us from what was really going on. I know it sounds like it's a circle, but sometimes you think you know what's going on, because I know there's been many times where I've sent you emails or text messages and I said, hey, this is going on. And then when you come back at me, I go, I didn't even see that. How did you get that? Because you have a much broader and more detailed insight than I have on many things. So, and you are very helpful. And you're able to see things that I just get a glimpse of. And with your help, I've been learning to see more. And I find that people are looking for the truth. And I know it's an old story. They're looking for people to follow. But I have to say that going forward, the truth is already in us, and that we have to find that place and bring it out and find people who speak about the truth that you have already, and they will help you to expand. But then there comes a point in time where their truths no longer match with your discernment. So that means that you need to start going to that next level of truth. And that's what I find with myself. But with you, Jessica, you stayed the same, and you've helped me to expand. And I hope that going forward, that there are others that I can take the knowledge to and help them to expand. Because what I see is that we have to depend more on ourselves and the people that we are evenly yoked with. Because there are some that will take us off our path, and that will start following other truths that are not true to us. They are truth to this matrix. They are truth in the politics, in our government, and to what other people are doing. And many times we find ourselves as, I hate to use the word outcast, but if you don't follow the line that everyone else is, you're looked at with a skewed vision. And what I like to say to people is to stay that path, that you're on it, and be true to yourself. And the ones that are true to you, they will stick to you, they will find you. And when you're on this path of truth, the things that are true in this world will also come to you, you know? And I've got the visions and dreams of the apocalypse. I've got them of earthquakes. I've got them of fires and the agendas that I've seen through the Oracle as in the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
And they are all just layers to take us off our path and make us not understand what's really going on, because we already know the information. It's already in us. And once we pull it out, then I think it makes our life easier, because I have family members and friends who don't see things the way I do. And the information that I give them, it comes to fruition later on down the line. But they don't come back and say, oh, you know, when you were talking about that 3 years, yeah, you were right about all that. You know, I don't get that, but I know that I was right about it, you know? So the truth a lot of times comes from different sources, or a source that may look a little crazy to you and it doesn't sound right. I say, give it a minute, give it some time, and it'll come to you if it really is. So.
Absolutely. No, you made a lot of good points, and we're all here to support, you know, what is going on, and each one of us has a piece of information, and that's why we collaborate. PCers should collaborate. Those that are, you know, uniquely seeing something, not just picking up information from other people, you know, and then saying that that's their insight, but, you know, someone that actually has unique ideas, visions, dreams. Some people have a clear perspective of an event that's happening in the future, and then some don't, you know. I mean, like that was never my strength. But you know, it's almost like we have our own little powerful abilities, yeah, that when they're pulled together, you know, it makes up a greater whole of information. And so you can kind of see how it links together. And, you know, that I enjoy that. I enjoy that part of it. It's nice. And there's no competition, because everyone is contributing their own ability, yeah, you know. The problem I do have with, you know, people trying to outdo others and trying to, you know, fabricate information or to just disagree with someone, you know, that's a whole other thing. But we do have some tricky things going on, is the corporations, the 12D Pleiades, and of course, you know, the 15D Pleiades are positive, but not the 12D.
That's correct.
So, you know, it's things like that are pulling people into a wrong direction, and they are getting insight into something, but it is maybe a timeline we don't want to go down. And they're putting that information into them so that they share it with people, so it is an insight, and then people start following in that direction, but they don't know where the outcome is going to be. And that's the challenge. That's where people like, you know, a lot of the cults got in trouble. Yeah, they were hearing from someone. A lot of them, I believe, are all from the 12D. They bring like some crazy insights, and people are having visions, and then they end up, you know, maybe drinking the Kool-Aid, or, you know, which is the worst case scenario.
Right.
But yeah, even that, I recently was looking at a few different, you know, those that fall under the category of cult. And it's interesting, I was just like casually talking to them, and I said, I said, they were trying to recruit me. I said, I know it right away, because, you know, there's certain personalities, it's like they see you like a mile away, and they're like, oh yeah, that one should be here with us, you know, and to pull us into whatever it is that they're doing. And I don't really judge them, because I understand, because when you open up spiritually, you really don't know what direction you're going into, and sometimes you align with all different types of people, and maybe they're from a soul group, but they got caught up in something, or there's some kind of alignment that you know, and you enjoy the person's company, and before you know it, you go into some, you know, luncheon, you know, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's happened to me. It's
taking a
happened to
trip
me.
somewhere by yourself, and you know, then they ask you for money from your bank account, and I mean, it just goes downhill from there.
Right.
So yeah, people need to be careful, and even like the New Age movement, I got heavily into that, and it was authentic. I mean, as far as the people were seeing things, it was very real. And I don't know. It's a strange scenario, but we do need to support one another. And you know, someone's kind of going off and veering in a direction. You know, you need to show them or have them look at where the outcome is, and that's usually a piece that's missing.
Yeah, because that happens with me, and I'll get like some new information, and I'll say, "Hey, what about this or that?" And you're like, "Da da da da," and I was like, "I didn't even see that." But had I not questioned it, I might have wasted time and energy going down a path I didn't need to go. And there are people that I have met and interacted with, and I just wanted to help and put them on the right path and to see things that I'd already done or been down those roads. And all it did was get me caught up in a bunch of things that I had to get cleared. I had to pretty much let go of some people. And I understand that's part of it also.
Sometimes you can come back around and revisit them again, you know, and maybe they're on a you know, very strong path to something, and you just don't really know what to do with it, and you kind of pull away for a bit.
Yeah.
And then sometimes, you know, I actually try to send some energy to them to help them clear, you know, or you know, I don't want to influence anyone's ideas, their thoughts and their life choices, because that's uniquely theirs.
Correct.
But to, like, if there's illusion around them or deception or something wants to really take them out, you know, and they don't see eye to eye with me, I'll ask to help them in some way, you know, and that's the best path. And then, you know, like, to how do you say, disagree agreeably, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree to disagree, but you know,
yeah,
that's how it is sometimes. But going forward, I would say it's a little thing that I'm sure I didn't make it up, but it's life is a game, so always play your best hand. And so, and number one, you're always, if you're taken care of, everybody else gets taken care of. So, you know, some people, I'm worried about my family, my daughter, my child. But if you take care of yourself, everybody else automatically benefits from you being in a good place. So going forward, that's what I would suggest to people, and that there's going to be more distractions, things in the sky, the air, and that our government is much more advanced than they let us know. And I know people have heard that, but that's extremely true. So many of the things that people are seeing, it's just being opened up to them. It's always been there. And once your mind is open to the things that can be, you'll start seeing more and you'll start understanding more. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just talked to Peter the Insider, and he was talking a bit about the UAPs, you know, the drones and all that. And yeah, he's saying it's back engineered technology, so they're using it, but there's also the bleed through from that Sixth Reich reality. And we'll put that link in there for people to watch that show.
Yeah.
And you know, it's funny. So I saw someone was posting on Facebook, you know, Peter the Insider is an NAZI, and I'm like, Peter the Insider is an agent that has to pose with many different hats, and in order to integrate and get into these spaces, But his wife is Hebrew. So just to let people know that, well, they wanted, they make a big deal over the NAZI stuff. They don't understand how complex it is. And it's not just like straightforward from the Third Reich. It's a lot of different things. And then they're very much in the future. So whether we like it or not, I mean, it's something that we're going to look at. It says a lot of people just want to cut it off and not discuss it. It's not going to go away.
Right.
It needs to be brought in.
Well,
So.
I'd also like to add that there are many who, unbeknownst to them, they are involved or have been involved. Because I never would have thought that I would have been involved in anything like that until things started coming to me. And I remember a dream that I had that it involved the NAZIs, and it saddened me. It made me like, how did I get involved in something like that? And you were able to help me to go through that, because it would bring it. But at first, it would bring tears to my eyes to think that I would be involved. But with the programs, the corporations, and all those, many of us are involved, and we don't even know it. And then you have the ones who actually get that information, and we have to deal with it because, I actually saw the things that were going on, and, I'm getting chills right now. So it's when you call someone that or say, oh, you're involved this or you act this way, underneath, I would have to say there are many that can be called that, but they don't know it.
Right.
He just happens to know. I just happen to know, and you happen to know. So there's more to it than people realize.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They've created multiple realities.
Yeah.
That, like I said, someone has to do it, so we could try to ignore it, but it's not going to resolve certain things. This last agenda, they wanted to create a great, universal war.
Right.
So, and especially the takeover of the United States, which I object to.
Yeah, we're not having that.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's something, if we ignored it, it would become more and more present in our reality, and it already is with the excess of money that we keep on subserviently sending money over to Zelensky. So we know that there's a problem. I mean, since when do we do that? Never. Never. First administration that we have been enslaved, I'm going to say it, we were enslaved to Zelensky and all of the agendas of a handful of people that refer to themselves as Democrats. I don't think they're just Democrats. There's something else they're helping to redistribute all of what we've worked hard for and give it to others that don't have to earn it.
Right.
But it's more than that.
You're giving away everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yep. It's more of a control system, and they're getting paid handsomely for
yes.
becoming multi-millionaires, billionaires off of betraying this nation. So, hey, it's hard words, but it's truth, true. And it weaves right in, and they don't hide that they're NAZIs.
No.
It's right there in plain sight. And so if they say Peter created it, I mean, it's pretty evident.
Yeah.
Just have to do a little research of their psychology.
You're right. Research and open your eyes. It's there. The entertainment industry, all of it. It's not like with the P. Diddy thing. As all this stuff came out and surfaced, I started remembering and seeing movies, sitcoms, and they would make jokes about him.
Yep.
Don't get caught at his house after dark. Things like that. So, but people just would laugh it off when in fact it was all true. And now you see all these little things from these TV shows surfacing, and you're like, this has been going on so many years that it was a joke, is what it was. And then the people, us people, finally woke up to what was going on. This whole year, 2024, the revealing, unveiling, it's all there. And now going into 2025, we have to fix it. You know, we know it's there. We have to clean it up.
Absolutely. I couldn't say it any better.
Yeah.
And one last thing, I hope to delve more into the information that we found out about Karg.
Oh, yes. Yes. Because I saw something. So
yeah,
I could do some
maybe
more.
we get another group call.
Yeah.
Hash this out and find out what's been going on for years.
Yeah. Maybe we can all get pug coffee cups. What do you think? I know
I should do that. So
he will have a.
so
what is this?
Cup. That's a good idea.
I can see him.
All of us show up in a group.
Oh, we need to take a sip real quick. He's like, I can see him.
Yeah, Men in Black. Men in Black. You got it. Sixth Division. Exactly. That's the pug.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me on.
Irene, Powerlady.
Yeah, all of the above.
All of the above. It was great to see you, and thanks for joining the show today, and Happy New Year.
Well, thank you, and I will talk to you and see you soon.
Hello, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday to you, Jimmy. How have you been?
Oh, I'm good, Jess. Hanging in there. I just turned 71. So I'm getting older, as we all are. But I don't know. It seems like ever since that car accident a few years ago, I haven't really been the same. You know, it's like my breathing issues kind of started right around then, at least where they were noticeable. And you know, I'm still having them, but it's a real challenge, you know, to heal myself. You know, I can't really be a lot of help to anyone else if I can't take care of myself, you know.
Yeah, I know. And you were strong for a really long time. Yeah, I mean, it was an energetic hit. You know, it was a physical hit and an energetic hit. And when you understand to how to release some of that energy that was used to come against you, I think it was anger regarding someone was demanding money from you or something, and asked to completely free yourself or release yourself from it. And I'm sorry you went through that, but you know, there's alliances or discussions with certain people can be dangerous that are guided by, you know, a darker force. Yeah. And if people get used, they don't realize they're, you know, kind of absent from the body or something, you know, and they get used by these entities to harm other people, you know.
Yeah, well, you said somebody was trying to kill me that day, so.
Yeah. They couldn't kill you, but they caused some harm.
Yeah, it came close. I mean, when you get hit by a car, knocked 15, 20 feet in the air, 10, whatever it was, that's close. You know, that energy, speaking of energy, went through me. But instead of, you know, killing me, it knocked me in the air, you know. I mean, it just happened to hit me just right, you know.
It took life force. It took some life force from you, and you just asked to have that life force returned back to you. That's part of it, which is preventing you from fully being able to heal yourself to a certain degree. I mean, maybe you could be stronger if you had more of your own personal power back in. So you need to request to have that back.
Okay. You want me to do that now?
Yeah, do it now.
Okay. I request a return of my life force that was taken away from me during that encounter. I believe it was 2023. No, 2021. Damn, time just flies.
It did, yeah.
I request this life force to be returned to me immediately.
In all time, space, reality.
In all time, space, reality, quantum space.
Pocket realities, wherever they took that energy, pulling
Right,
it
pocket
back.
realities. In any place it might have come from, I request it back now
Without any attachments.
without any attachments, and it's done, and I know it.
There you go.
I thank thee.
And we're just going to surround you with a blanket of healing light. A blanket of healing light, surround your body and take in the divine light to help with your breathing and with your any other ailments that you have, and letting go of that incident. We're not going to hold on to that incident anymore. We're going to let go of it, release it, because it's already happened. We don't have to hold on to it. We don't have to remanifest it, and we don't have to
relive it.
We don't have to relive it anymore. We're just going to let it go. Ask to be freed from it.
I ask
The
to
trauma.
be freed from it.
The trauma, the pain, and any other residual energy from it.
Memories of it, the pain involved with it, and the breathing problems that were brought on by it. And I thank thee for it is done, and I know it. Ooh.
Yeah. Pull yourself up out of a lower vibration that they put you in. Lift yourself up. Disconnect from any lower life entities, whether it's reptilians or Dracos or and anything like that. Just gonna lift yourself from it and be in a place of higher consciousness, higher light, and divine connection.
Yes, I disconnect from any dark, lower energy forces that may be around me or trying to manipulate me in any way. Whether they be Draco, reptilian, gray, whatever they may be. I shut down, uninstall, delete any connection with you.
And any kind of AI that might be bombarding you as well.
Yeah, any kind of AI that may be involved also. And I thank thee for it is done, and I know it.
And anyone listening to this, you can join in what we're doing and doing the clearing for yourself. Because we do universal healing, right? It's something that's available to all of us.
Yes.
We don't have to struggle. There's no martyrdom. There's no glory in struggling. It's just if you have a purpose to be here, then you should be able to act accordingly and have the energy and the wherewithal to complete whatever it is that you need to do here with ease, without any pain, without any respiratory issues. No matter what they send to us, we should be able to move through it. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was looking over at the Great Lakes. There might be, Peter mentioned that there's a bleed through from this Ukrainian, a Sixth Reich group, the Azov group.
Really?
Through. I don't know if you've seen the video, but yeah, that's kind of your region too.
Yeah.
And you're feeling the effects of that, and maybe disconnect from Zelensky and anyone that was involved. I think Hunter Biden is over it as well.
Okay. I disconnect from the Azov group, the Ukrainians, Zelensky, Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, any dark cabal groups that are trying to affect this Great Lakes area. I disconnect, shut down, uninstall, delete any connection with you as of right now, and I thank thee for it is done, and I know it.
Something interesting came up, but wait a minute. I was just looking at this, and now I'm putting it together. A Powerlady sent me this, and I'm sure she won't mind that I'm sharing it with you.
Who is it?
Powerlady. She said, I just saw an elderly man with white hair to the top of his shoulders, like yours. It was all combed back. he wore a blue plaid flannel long sleeve shirt and jeans.
Hmm.
Do you have a blue plaid shirt?
No, but I have this blue shirt.
Yep. His hands were tied behind his back. Let's see. I believe his feet were bound at the ankles. A woman came and grabbed him by the ankles and dragged him off the sofa to the floor. She kept dragging him, and I only saw her from behind. No details, only that she's Caucasian, and the place in the room looked like an old cabin or a trailer.
Huh. That's crazy.
Almost sounds a bit like you, huh?
Yeah, it does.
Maybe she saw you in another. She just sent this to me on the this morning, or this
So
afternoon.
you see any evidence of this?
Yeah. Well, why don't we see? In case that's you trapped in another reality, that would definitely affect your health. So why don't you ask to disconnect from that?
Okay. I disconnect. What should I disconnect from?
From wherever whoever that woman is that had tied your ankles, bound your ankles, and grabbed you by the ankles and dragged you off of the sofa to the floor and was dragging you to some location in this cabin or trailer.
I disconnect from this woman who is trying to interact with me in possibly a different reality or timeline. Completely disconnect from her and clear myself of any influence she has on me, whoever it is, and I thank thee for it's done, and I know it.
Because she doesn't know who you are. She doesn't know who you are at all. I'm the one that's piecing it together because I looked, I was like, who has white hair and combs it back like that? I wasn't even thinking of you because I hadn't seen you in a bit. I feel that she's right. Let me see if I can tune into who that woman is.
Okay.
I don't think it was anyone that wanted to meet you. I think it was like a dark energy that wanted to hurt you in the form of a female.
Oh.
So you can ask that you're no longer bound to this being or woman. I think she had you for about 20 to 30 years. Tied up like that.
Oh my God. In
some trailer or a cabin or whatever. I'm feeling it's more like a trailer.
Oh, jeez.
And I see that there's drugs on the counter, and it was like maybe you two are together in this other reality, and then she turned on you, but there was drugs. Like there was you guys were selling drugs, some kind of. There was some opioids, some. I don't know. I won't say Breaking Bad, but there was something going on there, and then she turned on you because she wanted the money.
Hmm. Yeah, I can't think of any reality I would ever get with her, but
maybe but something linked the two of you together, and it could be another reality. Yeah,
I guess it's possible, but
it's almost like a parallel where the two of you are together, but not getting along, which then bled through that. That was the experience here. Then you didn't get along over here, but I see you over there. And then she did tie you up because I think she turned on you, and there's a guy that she was having a relationship with him or something. Want to leave you, and then decided the only way to do that is to take the money or whatever, the drugs, and then sell them somewhere. Something weird. I could see it. I could see the countertop. It's like a beige yellow color with those little like sparkly metallic stuff inside, like they had in the 70s, 70s, 80s.
Huh.
And then the flooring looks like it's linoleum, but it's curled up a little bit. It might be like kind of like a rust colored pattern on the floors.
Ugh.
And then the wall has like a green color. Kind of like this color green. If you can see.
Yeah.
It's like a light blue green.
Uh-huh.
Or light aqua color.
Yeah. I want nothing more to do with her. Nothing.
I wouldn't either because she totally betrayed you. Yeah.
For
She
sure.
was pretty hard on you here too.
Oh yeah.
He's big. He's not like he's really, because they're usually not very tall.
Right.
He's part something else. He's bigger.
Hmm.
And he's calling himself Conan.
Hmm.
Like in other words, he sees himself as like a tough guy.
Yeah, I got to disconnect from him too.
I think he's American. Maybe just has some of that, But he's close to he's around 5'10" or so, or.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
And maybe close to 6 feet. Yeah.
Whoa.
I don't know. He's some kind of upper level, dealer of some sort.
Yeah, it seems to.
Crazy.
Speaking of daughters, it seems to have my relationship with seems to have improved some since her mom passed, and we had a session on that, where like I said, she was sorry for interfering in our relationship the way she did, and she had blocks between me and Jeff so we wouldn't get along and stuff like that, and she asked for forgiveness for that, and I think it helped.
Yeah,
because,
sure it did.
Now
this is going to help too now that you're separating from this, because this whole time mom has been angry at you, hasn't she?
Oh yeah.
So maybe that will lighten that up, that you are no longer connected, but definitely disconnect from this guy calling himself Conan.
Okay, I disconnect myself from this individual named calling himself Conan, and any entities or beings or souls who may be connected to him or involved with him. I completely sever all ties, any vows, blood oaths, or any connections whatsoever with this being. And I thank thee for it. It's done, and I know it.
He had, I think his name sort of sounds like Conan. It might be a nickname that they gave him. I don't know. But it was, and he's mixed. There's also he's part Caucasian as well, or European. Say it like that. He has a tattoo on his arm, like his forearm, as like a serpent. But not an Ouroboros, but spins around like it goes like it gets bigger, like a spiral. It's a serpent like that on his arm.
Maybe he's a reptilian.
And he's got some tattoos here.
Can we have this dude removed?
Yeah, I would, and it's also related to some kind of gang too.
He needs to go.
Yeah. I think they were planning on killing you, and I think I'm asking that it stop it. They even have something around your neck. They're trying to choking you a bit.
Well, can we have that removed also, and also this individual?
Yeah.
Taken to the higher courts, maybe.
Now I see you, I think we shifted it because now I see you sitting on a couch with your feet up. It's in the same trailer, but the trailer looks nicer. And there's like a brownish shag carpet in a living room area where you have a TV and a coffee table. And there's a woman there, and she an older woman. She has white curly hair. She might be half or part Hispanic, part Caucasian. She's very nice. She looks like she's cooking. She's wearing an apron.
So this is my woman?
Yeah, she's making you enchiladas, something like that.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, I don't know. She seems nice. And then I see you eating popcorn with her, and you're just watching TV together. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know anyone like that, but hey, maybe I'm going to meet her.
Okay. Well, you got to be healthy.
Yeah.
You got to be strong, and hopefully this new year is a better year for you.
Yes. Let's hope so, for all of us.
Yeah. So let's maybe together after this, we can let's say thank you to Powerlady for sharing her vision.
Thank you, Powerlady. I appreciate it. Even though I don't know you, or at least I don't remember knowing you.
And then let's manifest for everyone that is listening and is paying attention to what we're doing. We're going to send them healing, and so that they're well and strong and they can have a better year as well. You want to be in agreement with me on that?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, anything else?
Let's just hope that 2025 is the best year ever up until now. And it's just going to get better and better after that. This is a big year, isn't it? Isn't this considered a very important year in our collective history, Jess?
I think every year is important because we had to come to this point through steps. Each year making decisions collectively, each year going through experiences together. We're doing this all together. So I think it's, one step at a time. So every year has been critical to help us get to that next level, which is it's kind of the ascension process of where we're learning and understanding. We're seeing the contrast of things we don't want, and things that we agree with things we don't agree with. We're kind of defining what we want, what we don't want in our future reality. We got to see what it's like to wait around in the trash and the disgusting stuff, and then or the violence or whatever, or fear. We really got to experience a lot of these things. So now we can decide whether or not we want any more of it in our future. Right?
Yeah. And we, I think, are deciding we don't. We want it to end. The darkness and the wars and the starvation and poverty and all that shit. We want that to end. This is the year for it. Coming up, 2025. That's what I mean about it being a big year for us.
I agree.
I think we all can get behind that. Don't you?
Okay, I do. Yeah. Hey, Jimmy, it's nice to talk to you.
Yes, very nice.
And, by the way, it said Nim.
What? Oh, on his hand?
On his hands.
Really?
And I am.
So he might have been Nim then.
Android. Yeah.
Right. We've had encounters with him.
Yeah.
Okay, Nim. Bye. You gotta go.
Yep.
It is decreed.
Yep. That's it.
We can if we need a powerful influence to take him out, we got your buddy, what's his name?
Rhodan.
Well, yeah, Rhodan, but no, I'm talking about Shiva. Yeah, Shiva. Let Shiva get involved with this one.
Yeah, Shiva needs to help us with the AI because some of it's really ancient, and I think it's run its course, you know.
Yeah, and Nim is connected to AI, isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we could show him where the door is.
Yeah.
We
Sounds
shut
like a
down,
good
delete,
idea to me.
uninstall. Yep.
How's
Let the door hit you in the way out. So you want to say goodbye? Let's say goodbye to the people. Let me stop the record.
Okay. Goodbye and Happy New Year to everyone. I hope I'm still around the end of this year, and all of you all are too. And we can keep working on the ascension, which is what we're aiming at.
Yeah.
Of the planet and of all of us too.
Sounds good.
All right.
Happy holidays to you, Ray. Nice to see you, and hope all is well.
Yeah, not been too bad. Good. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Looking very glowy.
Yeah. I got my Christmas tree on the beach.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Your face looks very radiant.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to see you.
Yeah, I'm all right. Getting there. Not too bad. Still here.
Yeah. So, how have things been, or what do you want to share?
Well, it's just what a year. I mean, we say that every year, what a year, but this year has been, especially in London, with a crazy thing of changing so many prime ministers in the last 4 years. It's like swapping billboards. It's so quick.
Yeah.
And each one we get in seems to be crazy, and the other one that got in before that. And with the Queen dying, and then the Sun coming in, working more and more with the World Health Organization, signing up to them, agreeing to all their agreements and under their rule,
Yeah.
Just flooding the country with boats that keep coming over from. That's all you see on the news every day. Every day is boats coming over with immigrants just unloading with young men from the age of 18 to 20 and 5, 26 or whatever. An army, and it's just non-stop coming in, and it's just been crazy. But I just have to turn it off. I really do, because I'm sure it's just something there to wake us up, wake up the people who's not awake.
Yeah.
I really do. Yeah, and because the Prime Minister is just coming out with the craziest things, you know what I mean? Like locking people up for saying something. I believe I'm British, and so and so, and locking up because you're saying they're racist, where you're born and bred in this country, and
Yep.
your parents have done hundreds of years of building this country up to destroy it within a matter of 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I call it ethnic cleansing of the white people. And that's what they've been doing. So, there's things like that, and all around the world, Israel and trying to take over more and more land and trying to grow their crazy land, the imprisonment of the Palestinians, because it's just an open air prison, and Syria and all that, and non-stop wars. So, war, crime, disease, poverty and fear. It's just, that's all it's been this year, to scare and mongering the people. And I just really think it is to wake the people up who's not awake. So I really don't think 90% of that's not going on so much.
To realize how bad it got, like we were talking about how they were complaining about people talking on social media, the Commonwealth nations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the people don't have an opinion or a voice, nothing.
No, you got no free voice, no opinion, nothing. You're just not allowed. And people just absolutely petrified to say anything, put something down. Like a fella was put away for saying something, a pensioner, and apparently died in prison, and they buried him 2 months ago. Because he killed himself in prison. He couldn't take it. But whether it's true or not, I just don't know. I just think it is media, right, trying to fear us, or is it basically waking us up a bit more? And I think it's a bit of both.
Yeah. No, this year was pretty crazy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. I mean, people have died. Don't get me wrong. These false alarms, they do die. But I think the best thing, obviously, of the end of the year was Trump getting in. And that's the thing.
How do you think it will affect England, or do you think in overall it will affect the world?
I think Trump's going to change everything around the world. And I think that's been done before he's got in. It's been settled. I think he never left anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The 4 years that Joe was there, but he's never in the White House. The White House has been shut for the last 4 years. It was never open anyway. It was never open. They done everything was done from a studio, saying the White House. But you got a 24-hour camera. You can go in at any time and look at the White House, and it's still boarded up. And most of Washington is boarded up. But I really do. I think it's to wake people up. Sometimes you have to put people in shock to bring a little bit forward. And Trump's going to come in now. Now he is in. I just think he's going to change so much. I mean, he's even talking about widening America, say like Canada, coming in as a 51st state.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even Australia. There's a bloke I listen to every day, Ricardo Bosse, and he works with Trump, right? And even Australia is saying Australia will be part of America. And possibly there's still a law going back to 1500s or something. No, that England can leave and come into another country, right? If they want. You know what I mean?
And also Greenland.
And Greenland. Yeah. So you're talking about the northern hemisphere, being controlled by the USA. Say like China, so big, and everything in Asia side. You know what I mean? So open up the world a bit more. Because when you face it, you got Europe and America. We have more people in our countries that are foreigners, but are part of our country now. And they are Americans or they're British. They're thinking that way. They don't that way. You know what I mean? Where you got places like China, you got places like India, who don't have great immigration like that way. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So they're not really working with the world because they're just doing the same thing in their own country, controlling their own people. So that's not freedom of going around the world, is it?
Yep.
So even say like he's saying, Trump was saying maybe even Mexico, open the borders and it all part of America to widen the northern states. So, to me, that makes a bit more sense. It opens the world to everybody.
Yeah, since people are becoming more open, but also a system that allows people to have a personal voice and because Trump was restricted, the media ignored him. They shut him down plenty of times. So he was definitely prevented from speaking about anything, and even when he was in office. So I think that's where I think he understands the freedom of speech concept. Is because he was deprived of freedom of speech himself.
Yeah.
So that part is important, and if you want people to care about you, you have to allow them to choose, not force.
Yeah.
And which is some of these nations feel they have to force people to accept and like them, to go along with whatever the agenda is. It doesn't work that way. You have to allow people. You have to be loving and to receive. Be lovingly to be loved. There has to be something where there's compassion and caring for the people.
He's not saying. All he's saying is these people are going back. The ones that are going back are the ones that are the gangsters. The ones who are the mobsters. The ones who are the cocaine people. Ones who bring in the crack and the fentanyl. Fentanyl. What's his fentanyl come from?
Yeah.
No, we know that anyway from Peter, right? But but we don't need to be over. You don't walk into a country and just demand, like they have done in London in the last 30 years, right? Well, basically after the Second World War, slowly done it and absolutely changed and ethnic cleansed the country. Yep. And that's what they're doing. It's ethnic cleansing. And that's a crime against humanity. And everyone who's done that is treasonous.
Yeah, because no nation should be treated that way. No group of people, no race of people should be treated that way. And, people think, well, it's time for the Caucasians to go through that. It was never time for anyone to go through that.
No.
And to think that that's acceptable or they're angry at Caucasian people. There were certain things that were, happening hundreds of years ago, but not everyone was involved in that, but everyone is experiencing pain from that through some kind of association, but not ever, what happened here in the United States. My family wasn't even here, but people say, well, that's wrong for you to think that way. But in my lineage, maybe there's African, you know what I mean? I mean, the whole thing doesn't make any sense. People justify mistreating a whole nation, right? Yeah. The people that are indigenous of that nation should not be mistreated, but they're trying to say that everyone should experience this now because there were some groups of people that did that. Some groups, but it's not everyone.
The point is you don't walk into a country and do that no more. No one does it, right? It was done in America. We know that it's done with wiping out the Indians basically wiped out the nation, right?
Yeah.
Right. Fair enough. And then it's happened. But we should learn from that lesson and never, ever do that again to any other country. Never. We can share our land. We can share our people. We can have people traveling all around the world and living where you want to live. Fair enough.
Yeah. But you do make sure everyone gets water, food, everything.
Do not bring your hatred religion and change some other country's religion, right? And then take your Christianity away and then bring in the Muslim religion, but they believe in raping and pillaging and having sex with young children. No, we don't have that. We don't want that. And we're not going to have that. And it's not going to happen.
And even still, not all Muslims do that. These are people that are trained.
Minority. But it's done from the higher places like the World Economic Forum.
Right.
It's done from the World, Council of Foreign Relations, all these think tanks. You know, the people with think tanks, you know, Travis Stockton. Yeah, all these people at the top, they think how we should live. No, these people have got to go, and I think Trump's going to take them all out.
We are, as a collective consciousness.
Well, the people are, yes, exactly.
Change.
What I'm saying is, he's given us the information to tell us we've got to take them out. We had enough of this war, crime, disease, poverty, and fear. And that's all the mainstream media gives us. And we don't want it no more. So it's time to change. It's time to live together. It's time to stand up and say how you feel. And turn around and shake hands with everybody. And that's the end of it.
Right.
Live life happily.
When you go to another nation and you're asking for help or whatever, appreciate that help.
Appreciate that.
I go to another nation. I go to other nations all the time. I travel. I don't tell them how to live, how to run their country. I don't tell them that they should change
Why
things.
would you dream of that, doing that? You know?
I don't tell them to change their language.
That's their business. Who are you to walk in and tell them what to do?
Right. And when my family
When
came
they're
over
not
to the
doing
US,
wrong. They're not doing
family,
wrong. Anyway, you don't check. This country was doing nothing wrong. Then you got other religion coming in and telling us how our religion is. Well, we all know all religion is the root of all evil. But if living as a Christian, it's just being kind to your neighbours.
Yeah.
And that's what it is.
And helping other people. If you come from a war situation, we'll help you, you know. But, you know, when my family came over from Italy, they didn't say, hey, all right, everyone has to speak Italian. That's it. Because we decided everyone needs to speak it. It doesn't work like that. But yet the other people do that, you know. And why do they do that? It's a really weird mindset.
There's a great film about things like that, of different religions. It's called 12 Angry Men, right? With Henry Fonda in a film, and they're trying to prosecute. They're sitting in trying to prosecute someone who done a murder, right? And they're all sitting around a table, right, saying this boy done a murder, and all of them agree that he done a murder except for one, right? But all the people, they're all Americans, but they all come from different backgrounds and different things. And at the end of it, they agree that the boy didn't do the murder because they worked as a team. Not because what the government was telling them. They worked as a team and logically worked it out. You ever seen that film?
No. We'll show it so people can take a look at it. It sounds like a good way to express an idea.
Their jewelry. It's a jewelry.
Yeah.
You know, and it's good. Just one man gone. Only one suggestion, then someone else's, and it builds up. It's a great film, and it just shows how people can, in a courtroom can say he's guilty, right, and convince you that that person is guilty. When think of it and look at it logically, as a wise man would say, sit back and look at the picture. You know, it's a great analyze.
Absolutely, and you're right. I mean, I grew up that there was every culture possible. It came through Boston. I mean, literally, I met people from the world, you know, and when without the government intervening, I got to learn about their culture. I got to be friends with them. I got to try their food. I got to meet their families. I got to experience the world in my neighborhood. You know what I mean? In my city or wherever I lived. And without the government, the control system interfering, it went beautifully, right? As soon as they get involved, there's tension.
Yeah.
They decided that they wanted to create racial tension. They created racial. Then we, you know what I mean. Then everyone feels that the city becomes tense, and as people start getting hurt, you know what I mean. They do this. They do this because it's enjoyable to them. They're very sadistic, and but none of that was necessary. None of it was.
No, it's not necessary at all. I mean, but you have beautiful countries. That's the idea of going to another country, to get to know their culture and get to know their ways, right?
Yeah.
And have a different experience. That's the idea of it. You go to France to having a different experience. You go to Yugoslavia to have a different experience. You know, you go to Africa, have a different experience. This is what it's all about. It doesn't mean you have a country like England and everybody comes from Africa and starts to decide we'll take over. Or everybody comes from a Muslim country and walks into Paris. Well, we're taking over Paris. No, ain't that, no. It's the governments, these governments who are held by paedophilia, as we all know, right, are doing it.
Because they're I think, just like P. Diddy kind of set up everyone, took pictures, video. They all do that with each other. They set them up, and then everyone else.
Honey traps are everywhere.
Yeah.
Just honey traps. And it's come from Khazarian mafia thousands of years ago. And it's not changed. And now it's got to change. It's got to stop, because the world is waking up and people are realising that the mainstream media is basically mind controlling you. And everything they say is true. It's not. It's Operation Mockingbird. There's Operation to lie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's their divide and conquer.
Yeah.
Their whole goal is not really what's true or what's right.
It's never
what
changed.
They can get away with.
It's never changed. It's never changed. Yeah. Since the Roman days.
When are we going to learn from that, Ray? When do we learn from that? This modus operandi to, manipulate the people. When are people going to wake up to their tactics?
Yeah, when they can realise that they're just getting the bread and circus and not thinking for themselves.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're sitting there watching the football games, drinking a beer and all that, and just mind control. You've got to come into your own world in here. And in here, where you are, the universe is in you. The universe is not out there, it's in here.
Yeah.
It's always been in there.
That's right.
And that's what they want. They want to take this out, this soul they want to get rid of, and have obedient people who doesn't think and walk for themselves.
Yeah. At the same time, they don't. Even if we complied, they would hate us more, because they're so angry that it's the compliance. Then there's nothing to torture. There's nothing more. It would just degrade in such a way. So their problem, their psychological issue, is something that is antisocial. They're finding humor in trauma. People think that certain groups of people should suffer because they've decided in their own moral compass or lack of moral compass that those people are the ones that need to correct things, when actually the finger should be at them. The finger should be pointing at them.
They're always flipped. Everything's flipped from their minds because they're psychopaths. They are absolutely psychopaths.
Yes.
Right? And they don't know, and they're getting worse. And the best thing about it, they're showing their true colours. And I love it. The more they do it, the more they show, and the more they're waking up people, because they're showing their true colours.
Yep, they are.
When you get a woman getting burnt on a subway in New York, and everybody walks by and does nothing, that's not true. That's another false thing. People wouldn't do that. 99.9 people would automatically put that person out the best way they could, or alert someone. They're
Take
showing
off your jacket and throw it on them. Do something. You know what I mean?
People wouldn't walk by. It's the false thing. It's the most false thing I've ever seen. It's got to be false. Yes. Nobody will do it. People won't do it unless it's a set and it's set up and there's not normal people there.
And the guy sitting across watching the whole thing and happen, and I can see that there's one psychopath, but all those people are psychopaths.
Yes, exactly.
Do anything?
Because it's all set up. It's a set up. Yeah, it's one of their false flags. It's just ridiculous. How many times have we all had one experience in life where someone's had an accident and everybody runs trying to help what they do, you know? And that's why the police officer, okay, we've got enough people, thank you. But there's people who will rush there, not to see it, to help.
Yep. To help immediately. It's a natural thing to help.
Yes, it's a natural thing. Yes.
It happened more than once. There were 2 or 3 other ones that have happened as well. I think one in the Carolinas, but it's apparently there was no video on those.
Yeah.
But just like weird, burning people alive. I mean, it's really evil. Very evil.
You couldn't get nothing more, could you? So, anyway, I just think that this hope, well, I don't hope, I know it's going to be a lot better this year. As soon as Trump comes in, I think the hammer's coming down.
Yeah, and some upheaval too along with it. So we have to neutralize, so we don't, nothing gets triggered that harms anyone in the process.
No.
Yeah, even those that are against Trump, they don't realize that, the trauma that they're causing. They actually believe some of these things that are really like they're in a mind control as well.
Yeah.
Which you can have differing views, but when you get so extreme that you're, literally harming other people, I think there's a problem. There's a serious problem. So, in supporting these agendas, a lot of these people don't know, like Soros is paying those people to do a lot of this stuff. And
I think a lot of these people are dead. I really do. I really think Soros is gone a long time ago.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but the agenda
it is a pitch. It's a picture. It's a story. It's a film. They're showing us what they would have done, or they would, make it worse.
No, I get it. Because he's got his son now too that's in charge essentially, but the damage is done, and so it created a paradigm or an operation that is perpetuated because they feel like they got away with it. Well, we can keep going. Some saying the whole thing is.
No, it can't. It's ended. It's finished. It's the consciousness is too high. They can't even handle the consciousness. That's why they're going more and more crazy, because they're shaking inside. Bring out the bells and start ringing the bells again. That brings them mad.
When they stop sending the military on the boats, then you know that you've broken it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
When they opened up the in France, opened up the new place that got burnt down.
Notre Dame.
Yeah, and they rang the bells. Bell ringing. They don't like bell ringing. All churches, mostly in England, all the churches, all the bells have been taken out. Even the one down the road where I lived, took it out 20 years ago. Because they don't like the ringing. They don't like the vibration. They can't handle that vibration of that bell.
I heard that the bell actually helps the frequency.
It takes them, they can't stand the bells. That's why they got rid of the bells in Tartaria.
Mm-hmm.
Got rid of the bells.
Yeah, there's a whole study on that.
Yeah.
Excellent
It's
point.
a frequency. It drives them mad.
Yeah, it's not about the church or the religion.
No.
Literally, it was an old practice of ringing the bell.
All churches wasn't built for religion. Churches were built for healing. There's healing. You go to church for healing. That's why you got all the somatic patterns all around. And when the light comes through that somatic pattern, it's healing. It's a vibration. It's like the sand on the drum. You bang it, and it's that pattern. That's why they've got that pattern on the windows. It's a healing process.
It is. It is. Or maybe we can send that healing process to the earth.
And the Catholic Church took that away. And they took it into mind control, basically.
Yeah. And the 5 doors that they're opening up.
Yeah, the 5 doors, yeah. He looks a bit older now, doesn't he? He's not alive anyway.
Peter said that he was reflecting, and it's obvious. You can see the facial structures completely. Yeah.
You can see that a mile away. Yeah.
It's so bizarre. It's the strangest thing, isn't it?
Yeah. See, that's desperation. That's what they do, desperation. You know what I mean? Everything leaks. You can see through. You can just see through the craziness. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So.
Well, I appreciate everything that you're saying. I mean, and that's a great way to end this conversation. Is the frequency, getting people back into frequency, getting people back into healing.
Yeah.
And with healthy bodies and healthy minds, we can, reason through things. We can, address issues. We can speak about them calmly, and bring this information to light. Right?
Yeah. And I think it's going to be a wonderful year this year. Next year, it's going to be wonderful. It's really going to be the golden years coming up in healing.
I agree with that.
For the world, for everybody. Every man, woman, and child.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Ray, for being here today.
Thank you, Jess, for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to come on your show. And you're doing great work for humanity, really appreciate it.
And Ray, you've been with us for quite a while now, and you're part of the Rhodan Earth Council.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes you might be Stingray.
Oh, I'm still Stingray.
Yep.
I'm working on the 16th dimension. I think I am. I'm doing something.
Yep, you sure are.
Yeah.
You're holding the space over there in London, England as a whole, the whole UK. And support you in that.
Thank you very much, Jess.
And it's a pleasure being around you. All these years you've been, you're a good soul.
You've been a great companion, and working with you and on the different shows that we've done. It's been an experience for me. I love the experience, and you can never go back to sleep.
That's right. We're in this for the long haul, right?
Oh yeah. I'm not as young as I am. I'm not as fit as I am. I had little bits of problem like you did, your appendix, and but yeah.
It's okay. They got a few shots at us. That's fine.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. I'll take a few wounds.
Yeah, well, just
I'll get a few scratches at night. I can't explain where they come from. They're over me, but I know they're attacking me. But this is it. I'll take that.
Yeah, we're in still a war, but that's okay.
It's not over, but we're getting there. And it doesn't matter if I don't make that. The point is, I helped, and that's the only thing I can do.
Yeah. That's all we're asked to do, is to help.
Just to do your job while you're here.
Yep.
Yeah. That's it.
Absolutely.
And enjoy your life as much as possible.
Absolutely. Family, friends, loved ones.
Yeah.
In the community that is the same situation, here to help.
Right, Jess, thank you very much. And I'd just like to say Happy New Year to everyone. And I hope you have a prosperous new year and a great, great life.
You also. I want to say hello to Danielle and Derek, and we're going to talk a little bit about what's been going on, and happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Thanks for having us on.
Sure. Well, how could I do a show without having the two of you on? We had some really good shows together, didn't we?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
We did. Yeah, they're really great. So yeah, it's been a while since we got to catch up with you. I know it's been a busy year, and I don't think we've communicated as often as we used to, for various reasons. But I don't know. You didn't really fill me in either. But I guess, was there stuff going on with Peter, or is he okay, or have you heard anything?
Yeah, we had some ups and downs, and this past year has been difficult since, that they took him out. He was doing a time jump and something happened, went wrong, and then there was some recovery point. But yeah, there was definitely different things that happened because of that. So we were worried about him, but he seems to be, seems to be back, in some ways. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things go with Peter. He's always in these strange places, and it affects him. And so he'll say certain things, and then later on, he'll say something else, and so you don't really know. But other than that, yeah, we've been busy, very, very busy, and, keeping on track. But we've been delaying the completion of the series that we did regarding your grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And for people that don't know, there was a really good reveal regarding the Wingmakers information that we did exclusively on your channel.
Yeah.
People should check out.
We ended up doing two parts because it was quite a long a segment of just going through each chamber painting, and I don't think anybody's done that with Peter before, and it was great to have him do that. And it really put a lot of things in perspective, and a lot of people glean things that they wouldn't maybe know otherwise. And it's crazy. I remember even one of the paintings was just that triangle, like of a TR3B or whatever type of a TR, whatever you want to call it, but it was a triangle shaped craft, and that was interesting. That was one of the chamber paintings. And
the way he dissected it, and also linking the writing as Aboriginal, that it was like, that's how old, and that's how all these things were connected, which is pretty fascinating, which then talks about them being here over in the States, the Aborigines, which there is history on it. I've looked it up. So, I mean, it's funny because Peter can say something, and then you say, well, that's really weird. I don't even know how that even came about, or how that ties in. But if you do a really deep dive and start researching what he says, you can find it. And I have found lots of validations of information he said. And I think a lot of people didn't take time early on to do that. So they just thought, oh, he's just, I don't know, embellishing or making things up. And unfortunately, I want to say that some of the stuff's actually real. So it's kind of even more disturbing because then it's getting closer to home, and that's also uncomfortable for people,
Yeah. Yeah. And towards the end of I won't give away what all the paintings were about, but it really started to tie into like the technology aspect of things towards the end. And, it tied into the whole idea of like, there's the dark and the light side of all of this, and we can easily go down the wrong path. And I think that's the main message out of all of those paintings, the theme as you go, saying, be careful of, what we focus on, what we spend our energy on, and those forces that are obviously all around us at this time and this time period that could be affecting us and our evolution and where we go and how we might, So
that's why it was really cool to go in depth with you guys on each chamber of that ancient era site, and then really try to decipher things, because we brought forward, I think, some messages that probably otherwise wouldn't have been released or understood.
Yeah, and it's also a projection of what could happen to humanity if we take that wrong road, like you mentioned, and little bits and pieces of little things that insight that came out from some of those different chambers that I think created kind of a basis or a structure for what we need to know at this time, and I think people are open to it. And if they didn't listen to that, they really should. And I know some people get frustrated with Peter's presentation because of the language issue, when he talks sort of in circles at times, trying to find the right word, or but essentially you can get the gist of it. I was thinking of actually having it written out, so people can read through what's being said and maybe get rid of any redundancies or anything like that. But anyhow, I think that we're moving into a place where I have a little bit of a breather here. There's some upcoming things that I'm hoping will work out, and looking forward to that. And over the past year, I got to meet you in person, Derek, and I haven't really met too many people in the disclosure movement, so it was kind of fun to do that.
That's right. It was kind of happened to be, just the coincidence that we were in the same vicinity and we were overseas and close enough to meet. And I can't believe it was still this year. At the years, there's so much happened for me.
So much happened, right?
But it was earlier this year, the beginning of the year, and I think that was great to know. Kind of, you get face to face and you get to meet the people you're talking with and know that they're real people, and just like anybody else. And it was great to meet with you and experience that and get to share some stuff that was going on. And I happened to come encounter with we talked about even Swan a little bit, and I think that's the one thing that kind of ties us together that maybe you don't talk about so much, and Peter only a few times, but an organization that I guess we're all three of us tied to in some way, some shape or form, but some synchronicities that kind of happened during my trip and when we were talking about that. But I think there's still a lot to unravel and reveal, and I was hoping that we could continue that discussion too soon.
Yeah, I found I had a complete download of information that came up, and I still haven't run it by Peter yet, of information regarding Swan that I got. But there's the primary piece that he told me is their location in Siberia, and that they've been operating out of there, although he told us that the hotspot was Luxembourg.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's kind of like a bit of a mystery, but he says they come and go, like they show up in our timeline and then they disappear. And I think I know why, but I'm going to have to save that for another show so we can have that, a discussion before we present it.
Well, we have some interesting information to share. At least my brother has maybe more to share than I do. But we both tried to do a sort of a, I guess you call it regression, almost like a QHHT, where you go under. You're awake, you're conscious, and you're trying to relate and connect to your higher self of things. But I didn't have much luck with that. My brother had more luck than I did. He could probably share a little bit of that experience.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this was just recently, actually, this year, last month or so. We went and did this in-person QHHT session with Drago Reed. I think you guys have talked to quite a bit as well. And it was really, really interesting. It was several hours that we were doing this, and basically it was allowed me to tap into, I think it was 3 different past lives that I had, going into all these different details of where I was and the significant things that happened during those lifetimes. It was really cool. And then as we started to access the different things, and it got to a point where I was tapping into my higher self, or my subconscious mind kind of was responding, and I was just in this almost like, I guess, astral place where there was no like physical body or anything like that. It was just all energy and these waves of colors and sensations that I was having in my body. And we were able to ask questions about soul groups and things like that. But the interesting part was when we got into questions about the programs and involvement in that, it was like it was a block. Like there was something that would just stop that information from coming. Like the words couldn't come out of my mouth anymore. So it was really, really strange. And at one point I even had this vision of like I was in this like hospital kind of room, and I was like on some kind of table, and there were people looking down at me, and something that was just stopping the information from coming. It was like there's this steel plate above me that was just blocking it, and it was really wild. But I think there's some things that he was tapping into as well, that there were people that were remote viewing what we were doing, is what he was interpreting as that we're not allowing that information to come through or to come out from that session. So it was really, really interesting. So it makes me wonder, like, what is actively going on that we're not aware of right now that would cause them to want to block that,
Oh, because if you start to open certain pieces of information up, I mean that then reveals their agendas, and some of those agendas are there, and of the abduction part of it, or them enhancing you or whatever that they were doing on that table is part of the wiping too. And but you and I also did a regression, and you saw a Nazi reality.
That's right. Yeah, we did. And was that this year? Or was that may have been prior? But yeah, no, we went back, and
it wasn't that long ago. It was but it might have been maybe about a year ago.
Yeah, it was like a World War II kind of environment, and like some kind of military base. I remember that, and it was very vivid as far as like what we were wearing and things like that. And I remember there was like some regret or remorse that I was having in this life, or whatever this was, that I was involved in this program where there was something where like we were injecting a whole bunch of people or something. It was definitely a very like Nazi themed kind of agenda that was going on, and there was like regret of being involved with it, is what I remember feeling.
Yeah. Did you see the show that Peter did in Disclosure about the Sixth Reich?
Oh no, I didn't. No.
You might want to watch that, because I'm wondering if you were a part of that, because we couldn't quite put our fingers on when this was.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll have to check that out. Okay.
That might be very helpful, and it's related to the Azov group, which is over in the Ukraine. And they do not hide that they use this symbology, but in essence, I mean, I could let you listen to it, but I can do a little bit of a spoiler. They showed, he said that they have taken over the U.S., especially from the Midwest and over, and that was through this alternate or bleed-through reality from the Ukraine, and Zelensky's in charge, and Hunter Biden's in charge, and yeah, it's a pretty crazy reality. And so he had to go in there to try to prevent this really explosive world war event. Yeah. Wow. But he says that's the reason why they were able to take so much money from us. And I said, well, are they going to go after the Europeans? He says, no. He says he feels he already owns them, but they wanted to own the United States.
Oh, okay.
So it's possible. And I tell people, I said, if you find yourself there, try to pull out. Don't help them. Don't help them take over our country.
Right. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, Peter thinks that, coming from as a European, most Europeans think that Americans need to learn. And I was just talking to Miles before I'm talking to you two. And he says, oh, pretty soon they'll all be calling you Canadians. He's like, Americans need to learn or be humbled or something like that. And I'm like, no way. So we don't really see ourselves that way. I mean, they see, I think they've been hearing news and propaganda for years about, where we do this, that, and the other thing. But we have a very open-minded view, and we've always been welcoming to the world and whatever culture comes in. And I don't see us as someone that needs to be taught a lesson. I mean, what do you guys think?
No, I think I feel like that's the European perception of, stereotype type things that happen from what they see through media and propaganda.
Or what maybe the agencies have done, the military has done in other nations. And those are leadership things that occurred, but not anything the average person ever had a personal say in any of it.
Right.
When they went and picked up a war in Vietnam, or they got involved with Afghanistan, I didn't have any say in that.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So.
Right. And it's funny that, it's crazy that we're so divided with left and right, but like the right obviously was so pro-war before. And now why is the left so extremely pro everything, related to war and conflict, and the right's just like, we have no business over there. Stop doing this. So it's like, yeah. When you get to the core of the country, it has nothing to do with what you see on TV and what the news is trying to say. And it's just like, stop poking. It's like poking the bear in Russia. Like, stop poking, because you're going to see the true colors of what we have to say if they keep doing it. And so, I don't know. I think it's starting to be revealed now, though. So.
We had nothing to do with that conflict between the Ukraine and Russia. Nothing.
Yeah.
And somehow we're right in the middle of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's why we do disclosure, because we're trying to open up that information and help people to see through that these are greater agendas. And I don't think we're just dealing with humans in the whole process.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it goes so much deeper than I think most people realize. I think that it's going to be an interesting year, 2025, with the whole drone stuff happening now. Obviously, there's a big push for both the deep state and for the alliance, I guess if you want to call them that, to come forward with information and reveal what's really going on and have their side of the story or their narrative being pushed. So that's why I think this stuff is building up. And I think before Trump gets in, that's why it's kind of escalating. Dr. Stephen Greer said that in the next 30 days before the inauguration, that something big is going to happen with whistleblowers coming out, and supposedly maybe that is from the alliance side, from the good side. But there's going to be so much from both sides. It's going to be so hard for people to decipher what's happening, I'm sure. So we all have to be aware of that and keep our discernment in place and as best we can.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So any last thoughts?
Well, yeah, I think the big things that happened for us, we did do Rebels of Disclosure. I'm actually wearing the shirt from the conference in May. We did a presentation that was really the first time we tried to condense and everything we could as far as our grandfather's book, what his information had to share, even with the ACIO and the Wingmakers, and our new revelations that we've come across as we've been trying to discover like the truth behind what our grandfather had to say. And yeah, I think that's been one of the biggest things. And out of that conference, Dan, if you want to quickly share who we met, the contact there, and supposedly we're getting direct contacts with our grandfather through that.
Yeah, there was a woman that was in the audience at the conference, and at the end there was like a panel for all the presenters, and we were up on stage with everyone else. And this woman, she apparently has some mediumship like capabilities, like clairvoyant, clairaudience. I'm not sure how it comes through exactly, but she saw her grandfather standing there behind us when we were there, and she's had this gift her whole life with, at various times, but he was coming through very strong. And that was in May, and now this is the end of the year, so almost like 7 months now. He has been in regular contact with her, like it never like closed off, like, and she's been giving me all these messages and all these downloads she's getting, and a lot of it's confirming things about, that it's really him, with personal stuff with our lives and things like that.
Yeah.
A lot of really amazing things that he's describing in very specific detail, things that happen. But then a lot of it is also very cryptic type information that she's getting that have to do with the military stuff, and she's not up to speed with all of the lingo of what it all is. So we're trying to decipher it, as we get these. She's been very helpful with like writing everything down and sending it to us and making sure that we have all the information so that we can try to make some sense out of what messages are trying to come through. So we're definitely excited about this. Like having contact with our grandfather from the other side is pretty remarkable. And yeah, we're gonna study the material some more and see where it goes and try to put that out there for other people to see as well. So it's something new for us starting the new year. We're gonna dive into that.
So really, everything that we've up until this point, the last couple of years, we've had the show now working together to reveal information from our grandfather for almost 3 years, maybe 2 to 3 years, and everything leads to just more confirmation and more validation to what he had to say in his book, Life with the Cosmos Clearance, and all that he shared during his lifetime. So it's like we just have to keep following the breadcrumbs and going down this path to see where it leads, because there's obviously a reason why we're getting this information coming through as much as we do. All these data points start to align and lead to somewhere. So we're trying to see it through to the end, but we still have a lot more to go, a lot farther to go, I guess, to get to the bottom of things. So yeah.
Absolutely. And I saw your grandfather is definitely guiding you, and he had the higher level of security clearance, which seems like, for lack of better terms, was grandfathered in with you guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we're tied to this no matter whether we like it or not. Like it's a part of us now, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean I've said that he's very active still. He's very active, not like Peter says he's not gone. He's in another reality existing, and is able to peer through and see what's going on there, and is constantly wanting to guide you and what he wants you to do. So from that perspective of what he was doing, maybe you're taking it to the next level.
Yeah. And this medium, it's amazing. A lot of things she said and revealed to us that nobody else would know. We didn't tell her, and she would reveal these things to confirm that it is him, and he's still okay. Yeah. So
mediums will, if he wants to reveal himself to a medium or to those that are opened, then he'll do that if he needs to get certain information to you, until you're able to do it yourself. I think that the best model for this is for you to be able to communicate directly, because remember, this information is a higher level of disclosure, or like some of it's secretive between you and your grandfather. So it's important for the two of you to, or at least one of you, to open up enough that you're communicating with him.
Yeah.
He's there.
She has told me that we have this capability, but it's just not unlocked to be able to do this, and that but we certainly have the potential for it. So I think that she's definitely, that's similar to what he's saying, is that we need to have that direct communication. Yeah.
Yeah, because some of it is related to a higher level of security clearance, which if that would go to someone like her, it wouldn't be like, oh, she's going to go and tell everyone, but it may make her vulnerable in a way where she's not, or she's hearing something or seeing something she shouldn't see, which usually makes people, they get sick, they have some bad incidents happen.
That's really interesting, because that's exactly what, when we had another person did a connection with him, a mediumship type connection, in just 1 hour, in a 1 hour session that with Derek, and Derek was asking various questions, and she was talking with him directly. He was very clear that he did not want that person's identity revealed because of potential consequences of putting her in danger.
Yes.
So yeah, very much so that could be the case. Yeah.
It's serious. It's serious, because I've been working with people for years, and they start venturing off into things that it can happen, and like really bad things can happen. So the high level of security, there's a reason. Even like Peter talks about in the military, they have protocols. They have to, right? So I guess when there's certain incident that happens and no one's supposed to talk about it, and sometimes they say, not for 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
So
exactly.
Once that 50 years passes, then they can start talking about it again. Mm-hmm. But and then it's not as dangerous. But even the soldiers that were there were a part of that activity or mission can get killed very, very quickly, or something really bad can happen to them. And that's just the nature of it. It's a hot area. That's why, like if someone says, oh, I'm in the ACIO, I'm in this, division or whatever. Well, I've had a hard time physically. Peter's had a hard time physically. It's no joke. You start venturing into information, and or you're aware of certain information, it can make things vulnerable for you. So it's not like they attack you, but those that don't want that information out, maybe that are not a part of the ACIO, or there was an agreement that it would be withheld from the public, and then you talk about it, that's when Peter, like Peter says, you hit the wall. You hit a wall, and how that turns out,
Yeah.
So
yeah, it is a serious situation going on, and if people that, just really quick, our grandfather again was part of the 2001 Disclosure Project with Dr. Greer, and that he was afraid. He was the only one afraid to actually give his full testimony on stage at the podium to tell everybody in public what he knew. And I think there's a reason for that. And he knew the consequences and the danger with even the consequences involved with us as a family, what might happen to us. And
yes, because it's not just you, it's your family as well. That's right.
Yeah. And to put it in perspective, we found out Clifford Stone, I think it was his daughter, one of his children, ended up being killed because of what he said eventually. Yep. It seemed like, and Mark McCandlish, who gave out that amazing testimony about the alien reproduction vehicles and all the schematics of the whole thing. He was obviously suicided within these past few years, so that he could keep talking. So
it's a big topic, and I wish people would talk about it more, just so others know that this is not a game to just venture in. Someone was just talking to me also. This person was providing some information, and then suddenly he had an incident with his wife that he had to stop everything, and that's not an accident. It's not an accident.
Yeah, so, we lost John David Morton this year. I mean, oh my God, the amazing information he had through his Sands of Time book series. if people haven't seen that, they have to, because it even ties in with so much of what our grandfather said. I feel like when I read it, I was like, is that diary like part of our grandfather's information? Because it was so in line with everything that he had to say. So, so all the best to Sean David Morton and his family, because
yeah.
he was a pioneer in all of this.
He's a brilliant guy. He's very, very sharp, very smart. And I remember listening to, because we were on the same radio station, and it was pretty wild. I mean, he had such lucidity and clarity, and he could talk and just go on and on about all this information. And his family was involved with the, how can I say, the agencies. He was associated, but very, very interesting guy. And that was another person that they pulled out. I mean, he got abused too in prison. When I say abused, anyone that goes to prison is abused and mistreated. So that's quite a trauma.
They gave him cancer of the throat, some thorax or something.
You know why? To shut up. They want him to shut up because, like I said, he was lucid. He could just talk on and on for hours with clarity, no fumbling or anything. It was really, really amazing.
Yeah.
It had the golden tongue, I don't, that's definitely when they feel threatened, that's the kind of stuff that they do. Yeah. When I say they, I mean, it could be an array of different groups. It's not like it's not the ACIO, but the ETs that are, some of it's their information. They just don't want it out, or it could be an agency doesn't want something out. We don't really know. It depends on the situation, but you have to recognize you're on dangerous ground.
Yeah, and that's the last thing I was going to say as a point going into 2025 is like this is way more complicated than most people realize. So if you see just some sightings going on and the news portrays one thing and the government says one thing, but then Trump's going to say one thing because he's like, well, they're not on our side. So there's going to be a lot of stories being told, and from the people in the know, especially like you, Jessica, and getting information from Peter, like there's going to be a lot of levels of even those that are putting out the drones or putting out, there's so many levels in compartmentalization within the programs that their agenda could be one thing, but on another level, it's a completely different scenario, like what the narrative, what the whole story is, why they're doing this. And I think at the end of the day, we've had disclosure for so many years, and it's been through individual contact. Just like, we're connecting now with our grandfather through these other, outside the physical senses. Like that's how they communicate, and they do it on an intimate level. It's not so much like a grand, show for everybody. If they're truly in good intention, they're not going to do that because it goes against, violates the free will of us, but that God gave us, and that's why there's so much chaos, because we have free will to make our decisions and go through it. So people have to be careful and realize that this type of interaction is going to be on so many different levels. And if there's trying to push one narrative down your throat, just be very, very, careful and use your best judgment on what they're telling you. So.
Yeah, and work on your intuition. So my fast track to opening up is meditation. Not with hallucinogens, not with anything. Is having that quiet time each and every day, and just hearing and communicating, and then writing notes writing down notes of your dreams and kind of keeping track of that and doing your own personal work. Because if you're looking for everyone else to be your eyes and ears, or to be your answer your questions, then you're missing out, because your path is unique as you are unique, and that's something that people need to embrace. But I just want to say thank you. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, and we could talk for quite a long time about different things, and I owe you some things. So some information, and set up another show let's complete that series with your grandfather.
That'd be great.
Yeah, we look forward to that. Really do. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you guys, and happy holidays. Merry
I better
Christmas,
skip to
happy
the-
holidays, Miles. Yeah.
Well,
and
hello.
That is
This is a
really
basis
big mug.
Sandy Adams mug where the usual suspects are being
Ah,
pranked by the beautiful Sandy Adams. And this is a
Yeah.
cartoon that was made by a friend of hers in Brazil, where she's an Amazonian goddess. And she's a very beautiful lady and extremely attractive. But I have to say that the cartoonist has been generously favorable on her figure.
okay.
Can you see that? I don't know. She is a very lovely lady, but not quite the Amazonian goddess. Point is, it's good fun, and anybody who's going to ram a dart up the arse of Bill Gates, Sadiq Khan, the horrendous mayor of London, and some other Bill Gates, whatever it is. We
But
call
can
him
we
Bill
get-
Gates over here.
When can they get one of those good-looking cups?
Well, you can get them from Sandy Adams, but she doesn't know how to post them. But you can get them from the Basis Project, and I can post them over. But they're 10 quid plus shipping.
Okay, that's a deal.
They're sort of a one-off thing, you know. But I can actually, because they're customized, as whatever I've got left, because I went and gave her a whole lot. She's kicking ass in much wider areas of the public domain about the whole agenda, and she's been doing a whole lot of research on this. She's extremely well spoken and was speaking to the Glastonbury Council about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and laying out all the agendas, and you only meant to get 15 minutes, and somebody just let her keep talking and smuggled out the recording from the council and got about 3 million hits.
Wow. That's fantastic.
Well, apart from that, Merry Christmas, Jessica. We haven't seen each other for quite a while, really. Anyway, so Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah, might have been like a half a year or so, or a year.
Gosh almighty.
Yeah. So a lot's been going on. And what's going on in bases these days?
Well, we got another strike on our channel because we ran a conference on the December the 14th, and we had a really good guy called Thomas Mikey Jensen, and he's my webmaster. He's done a huge job launching me onto Basis TV and created a whole bespoke website, and it's taken about 2 years to load a whole lot of the stuff up there where you can find it, and also different bases on the same subject but could be maybe 4 or 5 years apart, are all linked together, and that includes all the original interviews and a whole lot of other ones. We're still sort of loading it, but it costs a lot to sort of lease server space. So we're sort of bubbling out a couple. I think we've actually maybe got more than 2 subscribers, maybe as many as sort of getting into those 3-digit things. The idea is to get it into the 40,000 that I used to have on
Yeah.
YouTube. And it's all uphill on that, but it's done, and we're working on that. And then I'm sort of continuing to interview people. And I was talking in Tampa, in your part of the world,
Mm-hmm.
and I dipped my little pinky toes into the Gulf of Mexico hot water, and it's fantastic.
It is. It's really beautiful. I mean, the water's not as warm over here right now because it's winter, but
Oh God, do you
the
mean?
beaches are still lovely.
Yeah, and there's still beaches after the horrendous storms and hurricanes and things.
Yeah, they recovered a lot. Went by through Siesta Key and then that whole region, Sarasota, and
Well, I have to say, I mean, every time I've ever been to the States has been to the UFO Congress, and basically, or the UFO, the follow-on from that, UFO MegaCon and stuff. And that's always been in the Vegas, Nevada area to get the cheapness of the casinos and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But I really have to take my hat off to the guys organizing the Full Disclosure Now conference, and they're working really hard. And I know James Rink found a venue and things are closely associated, but like a lot of these things, there's sort of organizational changes organizational changes.
Yeah.
And I was very, very honored to finish the show in the United States, first time, and meet a whole new generation of really good, awake, really switched on people. And I really can't stand the UFO community who are stuck on Roswell or stuck on old stuff, because that's the CIA narrative and they don't want anybody to find out what's really going on. So I've been very honored to be included with that whole new generation of people, because Basis is 30. I've been doing this thing since August 1994.
I know you have quite a history there.
So yeah, I'm part of history, and I'm telling you right now, I've been hostilely trolled and included with this terrible and shocking comments in the same sentence as Kimberly Gugan and me, So I just find that unconscionable.
It's coming from her followers, or
no. She's been slagged off in the same sentence, the same breath as I am at the same time.
Oh.
And I'm being slagged off by somebody who basically a troll who basically ran off names. I'm not associated with this thing. I'm not associating with that. So like 20 minutes in, and I'm not associated with that Miles Johnson. Well, thank God for me, and I'm glad I'm not associated with that person, because she's just I'm not commenting on that.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of that stuff that's gone on, and we've had a hard time because, from my opinion, anyone has a right to say whatever they want to say. The world is an open forum, right? Yeah. But you don't have the right to say that you're working with someone when you don't. You don't have a right to say that, there's other types of affiliations, or to just slander people. And if you don't agree with them, what does that have to do with you? Just do your thing. That's what
Well, that's having a reasonable and sensible approach to life. But these people just want to slag people off, and I don't give a damn.
Yeah. No,
I don't give a damn.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't either.
And then they get all sort of hissy. But he said he doesn't give a damn. I hate this man, dreadful. But what about this drone thing? I'm going to make a public statement. I'm going to make a Merry Christmas. But right now we're meant to be invaded by huge alien spaceships, and who knows? By the end of this conversation, we could be. But I think the Farsight Institute have fallen for the "we're special and you aren't" type of a thing. I think they have been misled by perfectly normal, shall we say, lower astral beings. Is that one way of putting it?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know much about them other than, I know who they are, but I don't know them at all.
Well, they put this whole thing out about, the thing about we're going to be lots of UFO sightings happening. And then 2 days later, there are lots of UFO things happening, because they've been in touch with the ETs and directly, physically, apparently. And this is a brilliant research team. And things did happen when they said it would happen. And now they've gone further by saying big ET craft are going to turn up. And then they said it would turn up 2 days later. And then, I've been corrected by Kerry Cassidy. But I think that when you start blowing whistles as to say that we're the exclusive channel for this kind of stuff,
right,
that's got big red lights blinking. In fact, reversing red lights blinking and little reversing noises as well. And I think that is a caution and warning on things. If good ETs are going to turn up and fix everything for us, that would be very nice. But none of these organizations, whatever ETs they are, it's just like anybody else. If it's in their interests to do something, it's in their interests. But, the friend of my enemy, well, you know that phrase, the enemy of the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
My friend, yeah. The way I look at
it's, it's like the Russians working with us in World War II, and then once the war's over, we're enemies, like at the drop of a hat. even
Yeah.
though that whole situation was manipulated.
Some people want to be famous. They think that they're going to be the top person. They're going to have the government's attention. They want to be the ones that have all the answers. And I've always been like, I didn't do it for that reason. I never did it for that reason. I did it because I love the people and I just want to put out the information. And I always came out with some things that people never thought of or whatever. But that doesn't make me special. It's just my corner of the world and my expression, my ideas. And I always encourage other people to do the same. So if we have, someone that wants to be the top celebrity, the influencer in this crowd, you're going to have that. There's going to be people that are going to try to step up and say that they are above. But if it wasn't for all these other pieces, they wouldn't be there in the first place. There are others that have laid the groundwork. That's the way I look at it. Peter said that some of those drones or whatever, they're back engineered technology. So that means essentially the government's doing some of it, but there are some ETA activity, but we've always had ETA activity.
Well, in other words, nothing new. I think the only bit that's really sort of important here is that a certain group of people did a lot of research and they said something was going to happen, and it did. If they get lucky, or maybe they are really in contact and these ETs are going to turn up when they said they would. But as some observers have said, with the way that the wider population is programmed and they've seen Independence Day, if the good guys turn up, everybody's going to think they're the bad guys. And then they're all going to freak out.
Yeah.
So we have to see how that's going to be looked at. So it could be to blow up in their faces.
If we could teach people discernment, I think it would help a lot, because then they can decide what feels right, what doesn't feel right. Because you can't, to try to get into everyone's head and be the one that is like over everything. We're here to provide information, not here to dictate information or to create, a way, a structure of how everyone needs to believe. That's cultish. So I veer away from all of that, and allow people to have that free thinking, but to have their sensibilities awakened enough that they can discern what feels right, what doesn't feel right, why doesn't it, tapping into that.
Absolutely.
On the inside.
That's why I tell people never to believe everything. Just say, okay, that's happening. If a railway train is coming down the railway tracks and you're on those tracks, it may be a good idea to take some action to get off the railway tracks.
Yeah.
Not to sit there and get run over by the railway tracks, and then the other love and light people say, well, it was your karma. If you just got out of the way,
No.
Maybe am I being too radical here?
No, I agree. There's common sense, which usually goes out the window when you get into a lot of these groups. Yeah. And just what would you do? Like you said, sometimes you have to take a certain action. And people have said to me, well, I have no control of my life. I said, you were told you have no control, but if you don't initiate control and make your own decisions, yes, someone else will make those decisions for you.
That was the whole point of the Love and Light movement in the 1960s, Coral Canyon and all that. In other words, they knew a whole lot of people were going to wake up, so they did a PSYOP to basically disable people who would wake up. And there is a very good video by some company that does information on PSYOPs, and I'm buying their manual. I think it's a big, thick book. I don't know, it costs $160 or something, but it's a useful manual to have on PSYOPs, but the relative experience that we mutually have, Jessica, should alert us to realize this is a PSYOP. And the wonderful Carol, what's her name? The Carol, who was Werner von Braun's thing, has been warning for 30 years that one of the last thing Werner von Braun was saying is that they would stage a fake alien invasion. And they've got all the bloody toys to do that.
They do. They have a lot of technology that they've had access to. I mean, a lot of things have been left behind, especially if they're digging deeper into DUMBs and underground tunnels, which I just discovered there is another tunnel there by the Faroe Islands. going from Scotland over to Iceland. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't, but I'm
Yeah.
respectfully. I know. Kim did sort of without initial crediting take a lot of your stuff. But I think when there's a couple of independent researchers doing some really hard work on that, and I think she's called Long. I'm not sure. But she's been doing a lot of work publishing it on heat signatures and what's going on the surface, and there's verifiable data. You have a lot of bangs and booms, and I think it's called the boom report or bang report. I'm not quite current, but that's hard data. That's a lot of people doing hard work, and that's what we need, more of that kind of thing, which can look at data that's coming in. And why would Google publish this stuff?
But I do a lot of research. I also have a news channel, and we have
tell us all about that. It's your channel that I'm on, and thank you.
Yeah, we have a news channel that we have this woman, a super sleuth. I said she's a brilliant journalist. She goes scours through and finds articles from all over the place, and we do our homework. We really do, and then of course Peter brings in unique information from his affiliations, and so that's where the information comes from. So it's not like we're just
where do we get that
psychically picking it up. I mean, a lot of it, when I say something's going on, even if Peter says something's going on, I'll find the proof of it in the article somewhere, to validate what's going on, because, yes, we can talk about etheric things, and as long as we define it as such, but we do need to provide something that's valid, especially in a time period where, the news is questionable. People are really confused. They want to know what's happening.
Well, this is the point. I mean, we've been talking about this disclosure thing. Oh, it's disclosure. It's a bit like telling the people who run the abattoir to change the color of the paint on the walls. Maybe I'm being too dark there, but
no,
we have to dig deep. But once the general populace wake up, they're going to want answers. They're going to want information which is solid and reliable, and we have to rise up to the challenge of that and do that. I mean, I do a little thing called Basis News, because I'll give a little bit of stuff out on things and also give stuff on that for the group, because I've still got quite a lot of people on Basis on the Facebook page and stuff like that. So it's important to come up with a reliable news service and not fall into the same traps as established news. And of course, I'm watching a bit of Daniel List stuff. He works very hard on stuff.
I want to show you something. So I'm going to show you what I just mentioned to you. Undersea tunnels connect remote islands halfway between Iceland and Scotland. And this came out in December 26, 2024. Look at this.
That's a big, I mean, is that an AI construct? It's a roundabout
it's saying that it's an actual tunnel, an undersea tunnel that you can visit. Is this crazy or what?
When they say you can visit, I mean, that looks like a lot of AI in there. All right.
Opening 2020. These subsea tunnels are created by using a blast method, drilling holes in the basalt, strong, talking about the type of stone there is. It's about 614 feet below sea level. This is crazy, right? Look at that. That looks like a roof.
I have to say that looks very like the standard of manufacture that the Norwegians have. I mean, they drill holes through rock as if it's just like sandstone.
They're saying above that the reason they're doing this is because of the weather. It's weather, fierce winds and rain, thick fog that settles like a curtain. They've built 17 of them on land and 4 subsea, including the world's only subsea tunnel with a roundabout that's underwater, and a network makes for easier navigation of the self-governing island nation within the Kingdom of Denmark. It goes through
Well,
18 islands.
That would be connecting Greenland. I assume they're connecting Greenland with that. Is this
Iceland and Scotland. Yeah.
Because Greenland's got an international airport being built there, and Trump's talked about this whole geopolitical organization of what's happening seems to be straight out of the of the 1984 thing, where the whole of the northern states of North America, right down to Mexico, and likewise all of Europe and the dominant power structures, something controlling all of Europe right to Russia, and then all of Asia except China, I think under India, and then all of Africa, and then there'll be separate states for the Muslim communities, so they would have their own unified state, which would mean that I think Israel wouldn't be included in that. So there seems to be a massive movement happening before our eyes, and we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah. I mean, there's going to be a lot of static in between because of the, Trump trying to get in an office. But immediately he's saying,
which Trump? I mean, do you think Trump is actually dead? I mean, our King Charles died about 2 years ago.
See, which version of Trump? I agree with you.
At least two have been outed. I mean, I think one's been outed, but we don't need to talk about that kind of chit chat.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot. Also, he's saying that Canada is the 51st state. So he's saying that Canada is part of the United States.
I think we just took a glitch there.
Yeah, they didn't like that one. I'll say it again. He also said that Canada is the 51st state. Yeah, which is like
this is all being done already. 1930s. There's a 1930 Red Book report where basically the United Kingdom, the empire, was dissolved. They were told, we'll allow you to keep your empire, but we'll just call it the Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
So de facto, this was already done in 1935, I think. So the Canadians were essentially Canada was taken in to a United States of North America. All they're doing is just changing the labels on the doors here, and the relevant prime ministers and power brokers and things are all collapsing. I mean, we got this horrendous prime minister here in the UK. But all of the hallmarks of building up to him resigning are all being played out in the media, resigning or being kicked out. And this is happening in Canada and, of course, France and Germany. All of these things are happening by design. We'll have to see what is actually going to...
There's another thing, the little piece of trivia, because I do think that movies, Peter's pointed out movies and shows, video games are all soft disclosure. Not all of them, but a good portion of them. And one of the things that came out, there's a movie called Greenland, where there's a nuclear event and the people from Florida all get shipped up to Greenland. Well, they can't really do that if the United States doesn't own Greenland.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just a little thought, I mean, it's so crazy when you start putting together the pieces and then you say, well, they're letting us know in a way.
You've got Atlantis Rising. Maybe there's a hint there, and there's all that stuff, and a lot of the stuff that Dark Journalist has done on that about the Forbidden Zone and all that things. So it looks as if we're in for a bit of a bumpy ride. And what I've been doing with bases is there's a gentleman who was former. This is a very isolated new thing. He's called Syed Moses. He's Egyptian. And he married a lovely English lady here, a very grand lady here, and lives just down the road, from me, just down the road.
Oh, okay.
And we've been shooting his research. He's called Syed Noah, and essentially he's been saying 12,500 years ago, the Earth's crust rotated. And he's essentially saying this is encoded in all of the Egyptian artwork. And the same messages in the artwork with over 1,000-year gap between one set of hieroglyphs and artwork. Things that look like scrappy little mistakes on the drawing are highly significant aspects of the same code. And there's 1,000 years difference between these things. Things where a lot of pharaohs or sitting on particular thrones, which were left lying about. They weren't left lying about. The exact structure and position of these chairs lying on their side is intricately important in giving away the same information. What looks like a little bit of a difference between one and the other is a highly significant detail. So I put a lot of that stuff on Stepping Stones for Awareness, which is my sort of awareness channel for new people coming along. And he's Egyptian. His initial stuff that we did was, he was very passionate to get this information across, but he had a very thick Egyptian accent. So I've done it in Arabic and English. So we've done it.
Yeah, subtitles too.
Well, by doing it in Arabic, where he's much more fluent in that, YouTube then translates it to English subtitles, and a lot of people are beginning to watch an hour-long lecture. I mean, I've got this guy sitting down. He's got a big TV beside him, and he has to point out on the screen these very, very subtle differences between this group of statues and markings and another, and how one is slightly turned, indicating that one set of figures are turned slightly because that's the encoding of how the actual Earth's outer crust rotated. And then Teresa Tannehill, which got banned, she's dug up a lot of information about how the way this, there's various effects and science involved with this, and they've got different names and things, but basically it means that the crust breaks from the inner mantle, so to speak. Well, no, it doesn't break. The whole outer crust moves. Yeah, the outer crust, Antarctica will rotate up in 2.5 turns, end up on the equator along with Greenland. That will all melt. Obviously, there'll be a little bit of disturbance of seas and things moving around slightly, like the Great Flood. And my friend, do you know Julie Phelps?
I've heard of her, yeah.
Yeah, well, she's moved from Blackpool in the Midlands of the west coast of England, and she's moved to Wales. And what she has been doing is checking the ground to check that she's not in a place that had seashells on it. You know, when you dig the ground up and you find these seashells, that's been underwater. That's why there were seashells there. But where she's moved to in Wales, she's made sure that there are no seashells in the ground below her. So she's preparing for this crustal rotation. So the Earth keeps spinning, but the outer part of the mantle moves. Again, there's a term between mantle and things. So this is imminent, and this agrees with Saeed's data. But Saeed then had a personal crisis with his wife, and just when he was getting into the English part of explaining what this is happening, he buggers off back to Egypt. So that's a completely independent researcher who's got decades of research on the artifacts in Luxor. And that's about, and the nursery rhyme is, Gaynor, and I'm truncating this nursery rhyme, basically when the planets align, and we all know the planets are aligning all the time, but when the planets align, the Earth will do its merry dance, and that is when the crust will rotate. That's in this nice little nursery rhyme. So that would mean that they're aware of all this, and if they're building all those kind of tunnels, they're going to have to make sure those tunnels are in strata of rock that they know are going to be stable.
Yeah, yeah. But,
so that's Merry Christmas from Miles.
That is, you know,
24.
and this brings us a full circle back to what we said. All these different people contributing something unique that creates the greater whole of disclosure. So it's not just one, but many.
Well, his stuff's on my YouTube channel called Stepping Stones to Awareness. There are bits of it on Basis Restricted, which is basically a car crash site of Basis stuff that hasn't been deleted. The usual situation is you've got an interview on one site which says exactly the same stuff that's on another site which gets deleted. You know, on the other site.
I know. Yeah.
You know, all that stuff. We don't need to say what they are, just in case anybody might be listening. But that's what we're doing, and we're going to do a new type of a show with like an audience with. So we have an audience which come to see a person. He's not going to speak on anything specific, but it's going to be questions from the audience, and then that person will then answer that and explain it. And the idea is to get people to preload the questions, and then you're there. So it's not going to be somebody standing up saying this is that, and you listen. It's going to be much more interactive. So we're hoping to have Duncan Davis do that. And a brilliant new person is Bob Osborne, who has been written a book about Zender, and that's in the southern tip of Cornwall, and where all these very interesting people like Aldous Huxley, D.H. Lawrence, Aleister Crowley, the Nazis. You've got to get the Nazis in here somewhere. They had better uniforms. And that is the whole structure of the Brave New World stuff, going back to the start of the 20th century. And a lot of those ideas came from Austria and Switzerland, the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the 1800s. And that is what's the background to our friendly, nice people in the World Economic Forum, who are very nice people, and in the United Nations. These are very nice people.
Well, I want to say thank you for your information, and I'm glad that you were able to visit. And we could talk on for hours.
Yeah, we could talk on for others. Another great book by veteran authors, Mary Bennett and David S. Percy, on the whole double, quadruple backdoor speak of NASA and the artifacts on Mars. So that's a heck of a thick book. It's well worth getting out.
We need to do the longer version of this conversation, because this is going to be
until next time.
But
Sandy Adams is absolutely wonderful, and she kicks ass.
And we're going to need your, links and all that for people to connect to you.
Well, I'm mybasistv.com. That's where all the media is, and and to get there, you gateway through basistv.org. And I'm still on YouTube, shaking and rattling a bit. I'm on the Basis Project on Brighteon, Rumble, and BitChute, and I'm the Basis Project censored on YouTube. But as I say, that's already taken a buckshot of a blast.
You had backup on that, right? You had some backup.
Well, it took years to get the backups.
Yeah.
People must understand you got stuff on hard drives. You want to go back to it in a couple of years' time. It may not work.
Yeah, well, you should get that external hard drive. That's what we did. We have multiple.
Yeah, well, I've got a whole shelf full of them, going back 30 years.
I know. I can imagine.
That's 30 years for those of you in the colonies.
Yep.
Bearing in mind, all you lot are going to become Canadians. You American people have had it too good. You're going to be called Canadians, and you're going to have to learn which side of the goddamn road to drive on as well. You God.
That means I'll have to come over and visit you and practice.
Live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper. I'll have to come over and visit you then, right? In England to practice.
Must. I gather you were on this side of the pond during the summer.
I was.
I was on your side of the pond.
I couldn't do it this time. Maybe next time. Maybe next time we'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll probably have to come over on one of those undersea road trips.
Yeah, from Europe, and it goes under the water. I think you go through, was it France or Belgium or something?
Well, we have a thing called the Channel Tunnel here. We call it the Channel, and they have trains which go under the sea. And we have that in London as well. We have a thing called the Tube. Mm-hmm. Goes under the River Thames. Yeah,
we have them in Boston too.
You have them in Boston.
Yes,
well,
you do.
You would have them in Boston. Isn't Boston very posh?
Because Boston is New England.
Aha. Okay, that's enough. That's enough for now. God blazes woman. You know, there's things to be done here. We're going for 35 goddamn minutes for a 10-minute discussion.
Yes, I know.
That's what we call an Irish mile. When somebody says you just go a mile down the road, it could be 10 or 20. Just keep going until you got to go to the place that you shouldn't have gone and turn left.
But you talked the whole way.
No way.
Thank you again, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
You know, we need to educate the women, and going down the common law route and private, you know, be a private in the army with the uniform commercial code, like people need to give their heads a shake, you know, on there. They just, like I said, no one read a label. Even with ivermectin, I could still show you how dangerous it is. I still look after people that are overdosed from taking ivermectin, or they'll have a side effect down the road.
Some people are involved in things that they're not even aware that they're involved. Like the super soldier is a perfect example.
Yeah. You know, and I think that's one of the hardest things, because the other thing too is we see a lot of corruption. I've seen a lot of cloning. It's very interesting to deal with the super soldier too, with head injuries. And I found that actually after they've had head injuries, the internal wiring and chipping doesn't work. Neither does a lot of the mind control.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what is going on? And
I think it can break. You can break it.
Sure. Absolutely.
And I've seen people break it, and then it starts to come out of the body, and they have to have like a surgery or something, you know, or they'll pull it out of their nose, or something breaks, and they'll actually find that implant.
You know, I've been so grateful.
It's crazy the stuff that's happening.
Yeah, I'm so grateful.
It's been happening for a long time.
Some of the stuff, and I really encourage you. I don't know how much you've gone into Sabrina Wallace's.
I've listened to her. Yeah, I've listened to her.
Like I said, you know, and like anyone else, people don't have to agree with, you know, religions and stuff. But I mean, there's some people that really have strong faith, and that's okay. But in there, and you know, she was just saying people are dissing her because of her bloodlines. I said, you have no idea what's walked into a bloodline. You have no idea how people have been raised. You have no idea who's been actually even adopted. We're now knowing that the Kennedys aren't the Kennedys. No, they're Colhouni and Lincolns, and like belong in the Middle East. They don't even have the blood types. I now have people that have got the wrong blood types. I said, you can't possibly be that because you have the wrong blood type. You know, even a Jesus bloodline, or the Merovingian kings and stuff like that, or the
Merovingian
all of those, right? You know, in the Bass period, or like Max Pierce and stuff, they have certain bloodline mitochondrial lineages, and everyone has forgotten this. You know, I said, it just can't be that. And when you forget the simplistics about how this works, or the other thing too, when you now take people that are foreigners coming in, Trump and his bloodlines, they're foreigners to the land. This is not even about immigration and born 55 or 5 generations here. Where did the things come? Or Musks that grew up in Saskatchewan. Actually, there's a really interesting, Boyd Anderson wrote a book. I knew him in Saskatoon, but back from the old biofeedback days, like 15 years ago. But we did a bunch of stuff, and he sat in with some of the stuff with Patty. And we were dealing with some of the stuff in Saskatoon, but he wrote a great book. But this one is called the Malaysian Flight MH370, right? Which, of course, we all know what that was. And we also know about gold going back and forth and stuff. But a lot of these people originated in Saskatchewan, no different than Elon Musk's, you know, parents and grandparents and stuff. There is a corruption in there. And what Sabrina was bringing to the table was incredible, because she talked about N1s, N2s, N3s, almost like super. She said it's not actually how the super soldiers work. And I'll try and find that for you, because she made a huge expose on that. And she said it's to do with the biogenetic, the engineering of the chips and the interfacing that they were doing. And part of the, she talks very much how the police, RCMP, sheriffs, whatever, but military, how they were interfacing into the genetics with the chips. And
so then
in the womb.
So I have a question then.
Yeah.
So if I step back from this and start listening to what she had to say, my first question was, your family created this, or your people, your relatives were involved with initiating this.
So what she'll do, and she just actually put something out about a week ago. I should send it to you because there's actually in there. I think one of the things we need to look at is they've been doing embryology, like in vitro fertilization. So even though and this is something that people need to know, is that the genetics that they've put together, embryology, may not be that the mother that delivered you. So you can assume,
right.
Okay,
no,
and the one that raised you.
She's intelligent, and she's well aware of the depth of technology being used on humanity, and that her relatives were involved with some of these major projects that have created some of what we have going on right now, because we know there's what we know is like 50 to 100 years behind what is already going on. So it's much more advanced than we recognize. So then, which leads me to question, because she lives in Canada, right? It leads me to question, where did she, okay.
Vermont, I think it's Virginia, actually. Vermont,
Oh,
Virginia.
okay. I thought she was living in Canada. Well, Virginia makes sense too then, because it's around all those military bases. But how do we know that her family didn't work for these corporations that we're talking about?
Well, they did. Her parents were all
this is why I'm
Project Salus. But what I'm saying is here, and then this is where we get into the nature and nurture part, right?
I know that she's becoming, she's transparent about it, and she's admitting it.
Yeah. So what's interesting to me, though, just in here, is that it's the same thing when you have children that are, I'll just say First Nations, like hereditaries. Now they're co-opted. Now they're mind controlled. We're on to, like, seriously, several generations of this crap, just like you are down there. Yeah. And now I have people, they might be able to speak some of that language, but they have none of the original teachings. They've been so co-opted, and now they're all working for the government to annihilate their own people. Like these bands and reserves, most of the chiefs are there to eradicate the original, tribal people. And I see the same thing in there. There have been many people that have been blackmailed, tortured, or in her case, she'll talk a lot about stuff that sexual abuse and ritual abuse. Again, it's been part of that mind control and subversion. At some point, like anything with super soldiers, or a lot of people may have been through hypnosis or chemically induced, as they've done through these projects with the children. Whether it's Delta, Beta, Sexy, it doesn't matter which one was. Alice Woodpecker, Naomi, it doesn't matter which one. By the way, I wrote programs to test people for that as well on there. But all of a sudden, sometimes something snaps, and there's like a resurgence. I think there's something also coming back in the bloodlines. I have worked with some Rothschilds and Rockefellers, and again, Disney's, Kennedy's. I look at the whole, the States has basically gone sweet on a Kennedy. I went, what's the difference between them? But we're seeing that these people have been used multi-generationally too. Yes. And I think there's bad and wonderful things in everything. I can show you actually people have broke away from those, bloodlines or whatever you want to say, or family traits, gone into isolation or become tree planters. I've actually gone foraging with people that set up guerrilla gardening, like actually setting up organic gardens. And they're disinherited, right? So I think people are trying to do the right thing for the right reason. And I'm not judging. I'm just saying from my perspective, you asked me if I was aware of her, and there's a lot of questions that I had regarding her, what her intentions were, and why she was, revealing this information, because it's kind of like, she is putting herself in a situation of, so you're the one who has created this scenario that enslaved these people through a system, and if not broken them, in the process. So then the people that were victims to it then are, is it fair for them to get blamed? And I'm sure she's a nice person, because I know you would not be interacting with her if there wasn't something nice about her. So in that sense, and I know there's also Dee Dee that talked very highly of her.
And Dee Dee seemed to be very, you know who I'm talking about with Dee Dee, right?
I've been talking to Dee Dee for years.
You haven't?
No. But I know what you're saying in there. You know, part of the thing is I look at where the individual flourishes also, kind of outside the bloodline. I kind of look at that as well. There's just been so much co-option and so much hybridization. At this point, we're all basically almost a lot of people Heinz 57. And I mean, it's like trying to determine, like, you know, does someone actually get Indian status up here? Like, if you got 1/16 of the blood, 1/32, quarter, and that may just be such a small percentage of that. Now, the interesting thing is that by international law, you go by, this is where the cool part comes. Obama, for example, would be deemed white, okay, because his mom was white. So international law goes through the mitochondrial. You belong to mom's clans and tribes, regardless of the father. And even that, like I said, they have danced around and cracked the creator's code. That's the part, the spark of life. And so, you know, and I'll let her deal with her own stuff in there. But I think what's really interesting, even though she won't go on shows anymore, she doesn't want to do that because she wants to actually downplay her life. She's been put 3 years of trying to educate people about the international engineering, electronics, and that part of it, and created like just doing, I don't have to like her music either. I don't like the way she, whatever, or she doesn't like mine or whatever. We all have different tastes, but she's showing something, and whether it's her pylo erection or biofield practice or whatever, where people are doing things and meditating. She brought a word out, biofield, as opposed to order always seems so, whatever. But now all of a sudden using the biofield is real trendy, you know, in the last year. And one of the things too is that, again, I think we're all kind of on that path. And are people cloned? Are they hybridized? Are they super soldiers? You know, like I said, there are some people that have used those gifts that would have been tortured or genetically engineered into them, and now starting to use them for positive. Are you using it on a mission, or are you declining those missions now?
Yeah, I mean, like she did not have to come forward and explain all this, or she could have gone anonymous and, you know, had some other pen name, put together a book, and still, you know, revealed and disclosed the information. I imagine she's had a roller coaster of responses to some of her data, some very positive and supportive, some not so positive. I know even from my perspective, I've gone through that. And so then you have to think about, well, what is my intention of being out there publicly and talking about certain things that can potentially trigger people? And even yourself, you know what I'm talking about, is the scrutiny of the public and just straight out trolls.
Well, even as a nurse, right? For some people, they think that's really great. I said, you know, being a registered nurse is the least of my credentials and curriculum vitae, even though that's what people still identify. But I said, I've been holistic, and I'm probably one of the first quantum nurses that they've had in there. And to me, a nurse is higher than a doctor anyway, you know. But I was part of and I still am part of the International Quantum University of Integrative Medicine. We only have 1 or 2 in the world. And Paul Duran formed that, and I was one of the first ones in that university and asked to be part of the professors, right? It's not about having that, it's about knowing the knowledge. And a lot of this stuff has been passed down, or most of the researchers and developers. I mean, the creativity comes from people outside the doctrine of the, you know, university, but at least ours are not captured. Where you're going to get a naturopathic college or a medical college. Most people don't know this. I don't know if you do. Did you know in naturopath, the colleges are captured agencies, and they give part of their admission to the pharmaceutical companies, and that naturopath doctors are allowed to give injections?
Well, I'm not surprised. Well, it was either that or those that were not complying. I think there was a bunch of them that got killed in Florida and some other regions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we are set up totally different with that. And then like Dr. Debbie Drake's doing some tough teaching. Ryan set it up so we have our own in-house stuff now. So we're teaching, and you got to learn about the digestive system and a little bit of that. But having said that, I was a, you know, registered nurse in neonatal, worked some pediatric intensive care, labor and delivery, postpartum, blah, 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 right, over the years. And, you know, I saw how detrimental it is. I had to train in psychiatric. We had to train all our rotations just like a doctor, right? And I saw them give shock therapy to people. And I thought, what is wrong? I thought you people should be on the table instead of who it was. Usually now I know it was the people that were gifted. They were trying to shut down. They were incarcerating people. They were using the system against people and keeping the youth drugged up. And the whole scam of what we have is just insane, let alone what they were doing there. And it literally was, you know, a cut, burn, and slash thing. And that probably 80 to 90% of the surgeries, the iatrogenetics could be actually, they're irrelevant. I mean, we could do stuff with baking soda and different things that you would never have to go in, yet I can give those options to people, and I'm amazed how many will still take a surgery. You know, they haven't explored their options. They don't care. They want someone else.
That's kind of what you have to come to a resolve with, is that, well, you're going to save that certain percentage that you shared the information with, and maybe later on they'll understand that they made a mistake and did a surgery or something like that. But your responsibility is to provide the information.
Yeah.
It's their responsibility to make a decision. And we can't, as influential as we try to be, we can't make them choose the right decision, or even though we know we're telling the truth, right? So you know that baking soda is definitely going to help them. I agree. But maybe in their mind it's too simple. It's too, you know, basic. So people, you know, also, you know, they pick and choose what they want to believe. And I've, you know, sometimes there's nothing more that you can do, but you planted that seed. And that was the probably most important part, because down the road they'll swing back around to you again. You know
what's, you know, I see the whole like totality of things, like you said, coming around kind of full circle in there. But, you know, having said that too, like, you know, having been a nurse or whatever, and then I have another 30 credentials behind me. You know, I'm a peristeam hydrotherapist. I went and took colon hydrotherapy. Oh, by the way, I went to 2 schools of how to, like, you know, steam up your wet. But, you know, getting that hydrotherapy is probably one of the highest forms of medicine there is on the planet, next to radionics and biofeedback. But, you know, I went to all those initial schools so I could learn that, or learn some iridology, or learn dark field microscopy. But I can also see the limitations of a lot of that as well. You know, I can see where things get confused for all the people doing live blood cell, because they don't know the process of going interdimensional or stealth virusing or cloaking. And now we're starting to hear about that, but you shouldn't be giving things medications. They're going to exacerbate the idea, or it will look like it's not on there because it's gone into the technology. It's part of the building blocks of metamaterials and that. And that's why I'm grateful for, you know, Sabrina coming out for 2 years or something, because I needed that extra piece of information.
Sure. No, I understand. I mean, like I said, it's a double-sided coin, you know?
Whoever comes in with that, right? And right now, the least of my skills, I mean, nursing were from the original Ninhur Hag, by the way. The old hags and the old nurses was actually a bloodline as well. Enki and all. Even you can go really far back into lineages, or medicine women, or a shaman. I always laugh. That's a Russian word. You know, it was actually part of taking down the Khazarian mafia. They were the women peacekeepers. And I went, whoa, you know, we're not warriors. We are peacekeepers. But there's a thing that a friend of mine, Dean Musor, has. It's called Patriot Parabellum, out of the Coldstream, Kelowna, Okanagan area, right? And it's Patriot Parabellum, but, you know, in order to maintain the peace, you may have to go to war to defend your borders and those laws. And I think that's an ample part, just in talking with whoever it might be, when they violate those laws and we bring ourselves back into correction. You know, right now, even as a nurse, I want all the registered nurses that were involved in the injections for crimes against humanity. They need to be dealt with.
Yes.
And a permanent solution, I'll just say.
Yeah, genocide. There was an act of genocide, and there's a long list of people that participated in it.
Very much so.
Yeah.
You know, and I think nothing made me sicker. I remember going back to Saskatoon. I ran into some of my old colleagues, you know, while I was there. I said, "What are you doing?" And she says, "Oh, this is great. They got all of us back. We're all casual, and we're ejecting all these people." She says, "Karen, great money. You should do it." I said, "What exactly are you getting?" She goes, "It's like $100 an hour." and we're not getting 50 nursing in the ward anymore. And I said, you have, and this was ironic, some of these people have got actually injured children themselves that have been disabled, or you have children that have been, injured through those injections, whether it's mentally, attention deficit, whatever it might be, autistic. And I said, you of all people should know this. And she says, yeah, but the money's great. And I said, how can you put a price on a life?
Wow.
What you're going to do? Or I remember even my brother at one point when they were working for stuff like Hamako and different things. And I said, or even to my father at one point, I said, how do you justify this? Like, how do you go to bed at night?
Yeah.
And it was like almost like friendly fire, collateral damage, or, it's just part of the contingency. And I said, what about the individual's life and their family, or how do you live with yourself, right? So that again becomes part of, at some point, I was naive enough to think for a lot of years, and just going back to that, I was the union rep. I had 1,200 nurses under me, not just the neonatal unit. So I was part of the head nursery and advisory committee for a lot of years. And so 1,200 nurses is a lot of responsibility when you start knowing all the unsafe situations there. I had CBC come in, and by the time I was done, they banned CBC, and I got my ass hauled into the, with the entire board. But I also had the union pissed off at me because I was making nurses look bad. Maybe they wouldn't want to come to the hospital. I said, maybe they shouldn't come to the hospital because it's not safe. And so for that, people got reprimanded. And I thought naively I could make a difference from the inside out. But you cannot take from the hand, or at the time, say I want to go arrest the queen while I'm in contract, taking her handout was getting paid. It was a blessing to have, like a back injury at that time in surgery. But, and it was through that too, at that time, I remember, when my ex said that he wanted to be part of human rights and work for all of them. And then when I found out later what the UN really was and the human rights, and what lawyers were doing, and to learn parts of it, it took me a few years to put together all the puzzles, but
yeah, we got flagged for talking about some of the UN agendas for children, and YouTube didn't like it.
You know what? And you start looking at UN with, I don't care what it is, Canada just calls it Task Force 1. They've got a different flavor of the month everywhere. Yeah. But like you said, the amount of children going missing at 8 million a year. I mean, 80,000 in Canada, 50,000 in the States. I mean,
the market of adrenochrome, it looks like it's flourishing.
Oh.
There's just this, I think it's unfathomable is to clear out evil, like a depth of evil that I've never seen before. And that children no longer have a value, similar to what's happening to females.
Yeah, and I want to see that restoration come back. So even if it's
I'm in agreement with you on that.
I want that back. And I see that's where even those, as you think, Illuminati or Masonic females and clan mothers too, their mothers of darkness and stuff like that. A lot of these, like I said, it's because of the grooming in there, and a lot of it will change with some of them as well. There are certain things, no one's leaving this planet right now. It's kind of on a little bit of a lockdown. And like I said, there are different things. And as you and I both know, that's not just Gitmo and Guantanamo Bay and everything else. Those are sole international courts and judges. And this is a sole court. They are weighing exactly what your consciousness in. This is not that you're just going into a provision.
Some of them are bodies with creatures inside of them. I mean, they're just, there's nothing divine in some of these. Yeah.
And people don't get that part. You and I do. But, I remember when I was first getting briefed on all this, and years of briefing, as you know, and learning about this. And then I took everything I was told, and then I went back and studied for another week on everything I was told about it, because I don't take anything too much at face value, right? And a lot of times I'll sit there and I'll let it absorb for a while. But once you start learning about walk-ins and you learn about possessions, soul-to-soul transfers, not just for gen beds. I mean, it's used very negatively, trip chairs, all sorts of things, time jumpers and all that sort of thing. You realize that there are things that can possess by frequency. That's why they wanted all the cancer clinics and all these things going in, because you're lowering the vibration of the frequency so something else other than something divine or energetic can move into it. They're using it just like a walking or, skinwalkers, right? What's
orchestrating a lot of this depopulation and experimentation on humanity is a really, really dark element. When you become that evil as a soul, your soul, you lose your soul. Essentially, it doesn't exist anymore, or at least, or it's taken from the earth plane. And then something occupies the body, something else. You can only go so far, and then it breaks. Something breaks. The agreement, then the deal, the agreement, or whatever, the break from the divine source. It happens, and then there's that empty body, the shell that gets filled.
How do you deal with that? I'm fascinated, let's say, in your coping mechanisms, but you deal with it in a different, as also having that seer and integration and be able to hold energies and the stuff that you do. How do you hold it together? How does that affect you? And then take that home, or where do you see this ways that we can improve? Because you're very frontline, but in a different way. And I appreciate it. It takes a very special, strong woman to deal with that. And it's not like you just did this recently. You've been doing this for ages.
I've been doing it since I was 5 years old.
Yeah, okay.
I came in remembering. I remembered too much. That was my crime. I remembered too many things.
Okay.
And as a child, I was being threatened. As a very young child. And I would see all different types of faces, all different types of humanoid, non-humanoid. I saw as a very young child, our greatest problem, and the only one that really gave me nightmare, really made me cry, was the control system of robots. That was what I saw that at the age of 5.
Do you have, I know you said you have memories, obviously. Do you have nightmares or anything like that, or dreams that you brought over from childhood? And the reason I'm just
not a whole lot. I don't have a lot of nightmares. I am busy when I'm sleeping. I'm constantly talking to all different, I don't know who they are, different places, different times. I can describe the locations. I am constantly in conversations.
Interesting. So is it like a lucid dream, or you just have that feeling, or that you've been...
Some of them is just as real as I'm talking to you. Some, not always, but there are occasions where it's very lucid. Yeah.
It's something that was really weird that came back. It's talk about deja vu or memory or where I pulled it from. But one of the things I've always remembered since I was 3, 4, 5 in there was this recurring, which I wouldn't call it a dream. It's more of a nightmare, and now I see how it plays in, or what my mind at that point could correlate. But it was literally like a zombie and war, like a, frontline MASH thing that we're dealing with now. But the weapons were actually through blood. And that these people, and now I know it to be an injection. But back then, and it reminded me of kind of like a half coconut shell. Things were being hurled at people. But it was somehow this device could go in. Once it got into someone, it took the blood out. You could see the red blood coming through. And this is a very different, like, electronic device.
All right, so this is your dream, that you see someone extracting blood from someone else.
And I'm 3, 4, 5, yeah. And they were coming after people. They were attacking people with this. But it would take the blood out. So you could see the blood going through. Not quite like hemodialysis, but it was electronic. And then it would put the blood back, but the blood back would be going like a dark purple black. And the soul was then extracted out. And it was funny because, I hadn't had this for years, but, I can see that as deep as I could 55 years ago. And I still know that dream intact. And I sat there.
You're saying, like, at the age of 3, you may have tapped into what they were going to do in the future.
Yes.
Regarding the agenda.
Yeah. And so afterwards I looked at it and went, oh my gosh, that's what they're doing now. That was the injection, but how it was doing. And I was seeing the computerized electronic part reconfiguring the blood. But now, you know, and how I kind of interpret it. But the interesting thing, I remember my cousin's wife, when she said I was about 3, 4, I used to point at the sun and I go, I'm a nurse that came through there. I'm not from here. And it was like, wow, this gets better. You know, or doing a few people that back then that were on the Eldridge and stuff. And through the Philadelphia project, I've been dealing with a few vets and stuff like that. And I said something, and he said, well, you would know you were there. I said, I wasn't even like a twinkle in my father's eye. And he says, honey, you were a nurse there. You're a witness. You're part of those projects.
They recognized you. And that's why, even though I know that you kind of are around the super soldiers, but you're not really in with it, but you're kind of like in a parallel to them, you know, you kind of, you haven't really left us. You haven't really left us. You're kind of parallel there. There's, you know, there's a tie there, but you never really could see the significance of it. That really makes sense to me about you being on the Eldridge, or, you know, assisting those from the Eldridge. Yeah, that totally makes sense to me.
You know,
you got in very close with it. You definitely, you know, were operating probably multiple times, but it was enough that it bothered you that you have an aversion to it.
Yeah, and this gets back into where we used, where we abused, where we mind controlled. Right now, like I said, I shut down everything at one point and went, that's it. I'm going off the grid. I'll live in a teepee and I'll live in a tent and I'll gift and barter, which I did for a couple
But
of
there are
years.
people that are not soldiers that were very badly abused, very badly.
Yeah, and I think it's just an aversion to whenever I see that. You know, it took me a long time. I was very much like, you know, 7 years in Tibet, like, you know, I wouldn't earthworm out. Now I want to make sure every, like, you know, flying mosquito is killed because it's probably a DARPA agent with, you know, injections. And I have been injected. I have lost time. I've been taken as well. I've had horrendous things that we had to bring in thermal imaging, like XR.
They needed you. They probably needed you. You thought you didn't sign up for it. There is kind of a thought around it that we probably did sign up for it at some point. It's just that we don't recognize it.
It's amazing what agreement can be verbally, whatever, when we're talking about children or, you know, other entities coming in and rape it. Those children don't have the ability to consent or even have the knowledge to form that. Neither does
like your soul has been in various lifetimes that it could have happened back then. Peter told me I agreed to be a part of the Wall Rider program at the age of 20. I had an argument with him. I said I did not. I said I think I was just in Bible school. I was, researching his history and doing all sorts of things. I said, but I don't recall anything like that. And then I thought, well, why would he lie to me about it? Because then that's the point where things really hit the fan for me when I was living in Nebraska. Yeah.
Seriously?
And I was, I have a moment that you might appreciate this. I went to a powwow for the Omaha, right? And I was just seated on a bench and they were performing. And all of a sudden across from me was an elder, but it was a distance, but for some reason it felt like he and I were close up, like this far away, or maybe not that far away, but like this.
Okay. We
locked in together. I don't even know how it happened. All I know is I was watching the powwow. I had my husband who's passed, he's deceased, and now, but at the time he wanted to integrate me into his, everything that was going on around the area or where he was from. And I was just sitting there locked in with this guy. I don't even know how much time passed. I don't have any idea how much time passed. And at the end, I told my husband, he's like, what are you talking about? I said, it's like he connected to me and he conveyed some information in such a way. And I knew that there was a connection with me with the tribes, with the people. Mm-hmm. But there was a part of me that's because I know there's a lot of, I won't call them charlatans, but there are a lot of people saying, oh, I'm native, I'm from this tribe. I will not say that. I will never say that, because I am not, that to my knowledge, a part of any of that. But in the same token, I'm sure past life, something pulls me together with it. I did the whole thing. I was invited to Sundance.
Cool. Yeah.
I was invited to do all of these different things. So, like I said, somewhere I signed up, that elder was reminding me that I signed up for something.
Mm.
And, because it's not just the super soldiers, there's others, lineages that remind you that at one point you agreed to help us. Right?
That indoctrination can be so young too. And it's funny, I don't know if I ever told you, but
is it indoctrination, or is it a soul recognition and a reminder that it's a greater power? Remember, we lost a lot of our abilities. The abilities that I have now were much more common, back in time. That.
Mm-hmm.
So when he locked into, he didn't lose his power. He locked in to remind me, don't you remember you're supposed to do something? If you ask me what I was supposed to do, I have no idea. All I know is I did sweat lodges, I did Sundance, I did everything I could, and then I pulled away from it.
Yeah, me too. But, part of it too is I could see the corruption, like Sundance and Pure. I mean, a lot of that stuff was actually against the original ways of doing things.
But I didn't.
But the idea is
different paths that pull you into something, and then, like I said, I pulled away. But I think the point that I'm making is not. I don't think my situation is unique. I think many of us are getting pulled back and reminded of maybe a commitment that we made, or something that we signed or agreed to, that we were here to help in some area. And you've done that, I've done that. That's why we're here.
I would love to know what's on the other dotted line. Like, I know a lot of the people too that were re-oathed and reconstitutionalized and stuff like that they've been doing the last couple of years, right? But again, I look at it too, is that you're in a
contract. I think of it's a good agreements. They're not all bad agreements.
There are some that are re-oathed that have been for a positive thing, right? And I'll just give you an example. I met with an author. She just passed away actually not too long ago. Was Lucia Mann. She wrote a book on the hidden myths of the Arael lakes up here, and also to do with soul, reincarnation, but also to do with the First Nations and a lot of stuff when she grew up. But when I got to meet with her intelligence and her stuff, it was basically true story. She just changed the names to it. But she was actually from Her Majesty's Secret Service. She was MI5.
Yep.
And she goes, do you know I've been waiting for someone? I've been waiting for you for 40 years.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, right? And she could see things. Actually, all of a sudden, she was my great-grandmother and my currently Margaret Elizabeth MacDonald was talking to her from 1700s on one side. And she said, do you have any idea, like, what's coming through here, Karen? I said, I have no idea what you're seeing. In there, I'm not seeing my grandma, not listening. But she went into some of the stuff, but she was exposing all the child pedophilia. She was exposing the Nazis, the Project Paperclip, everything she told me in there. And she said, into this, she goes, my oath died when Queen Elizabeth died. Because that was the oath. They went back and they, had their seclaim, right? That was their allegiance. And she said, there are some things I can't say, but there's others, we can't tell people right now. But she said, I've been waiting. And she gave me this incredible, many different gifts. And I was able to use and again, this talks about someone that's, bred into these families. Like she was AB negative, right?
Yep.
Stuff that she had done over the course of her years. And it's not that you're going to, confessional booth with a priest or something looking for absolution. But, some of the stuff she told me in here. And she said, you need to have this. I'm giving you a gift. And I mean, some of the gifts were from like the Temple of Isis. There are lineage things that mean things and rites of passage. And it's priceless what she gave to me. But in there, She asked for me to use the technology. And again, here you go, supposedly working for some intelligence agency. And yet what killed her was the 2 injections, previous stroke, but those sent them over the edge, right? And I said, she goes, you have no idea what it feels like that I've given my whole life. And she says, I actually tried to do the right thing, even though I'm working for, it's like sleeping with the enemy. She goes, I was on the decoding end, right? And once I got into like showing her what I was doing in decoding and hieroglyphs and stuff, we got along because she was one of the few decoders in the world that could do the Aramaic and all the other cuneiform languages. And again, that's a passion of mine. But like I said, isn't that interesting? My grandfather was in the army. My great-great-grandfather was that founded there. And they went back to in Austria and then through Russia, Ukraine, whatever, borders flip, Poland, whatever. But it's something like you're saying within the genetics. But at some point, it stops here. And that was one of the things when they brought through in 2013, did we renew this treaty with Queen Elizabeth and these tribes in the Judeo and blah, blah, blah. I said, hell no. Never. And so what we did as a group of us is we went, and I mean, I consider that to be your international court, by the way. So the international First Nations, Star Nations courts I was with, they went, we broke the copper plates, and they went to Ottawa and basically banished them. Anyone can Google banishing ritual. It's a symbolic thing that basically get the hell out of here. Actually, it's a planetary eviction. We don't want you. We can't deal with it. You've murdered everyone, sliced everyone, and diced everyone, and now you're like chopping the children up for parts and refeeding them back. This has got to end, and until people get, like you said, there's no word, even evil, there's no word to describe what any of us have seen or witnessed or been privy to. And I can't conceive how anyone could do it, but then they're not human. They're not even psychopaths. There just is nothing there. You're dealing with robotic, and that's the scare that we're seeing with the transhumanism and the social agenda and the digital twinning. At some point, this needs to end. And I had a very interesting, I'd be interested in your thoughts on this. So I was talking with a friend of mine in the forces. And I said, it's in my clan mother books and stuff that's been handed down to me. And I said, they talked about the many times the reset has happened. The days of darkness, right? The pole shift. I said, this is not the first kick at the rodeo and won't be the last. But what happened in there, as I said, they went from anywhere 3 months, and at some point there was like over a year. So it was during those times where they were off the grid. I said, you know what? Can you imagine what happened to all the children if we had another year? I think maybe they need 2 now. Maybe we need 3, but we don't have any electronics. See, you and I grew up without needing cell phones. We don't need it. We even grew up without computers. We functioned quite well because we connected in other ways as well. But we had a different kind of a lifestyle. And a lot of that stuff was in there. And it was interesting because they were saying to me that they had discussed this at a international level in the forces. And they figured it would take about 10 years to get the next generation to see if we could start reversing some of this stuff that's happened. Just because of the damage on a cellular level to the brain, but also to the mind control. And I'd be interested in what you think of that. Kind of going camping for a while.
Hey, Peter would like everything to be shut down.
Me too.
My concern is I would lose contact with people on different parts of the world.
Yeah.
That would be, there has to be a safer, more natural way to do it. But Peter was complaining about how the kids have become so addicted to using their cell phones, and then it's shaping their way of living, even regionally, almost like creating some kind of hive mind of, making them so different that, I've even seen kids make fun of other kids because of their accents from other regions.
Yeah.
Telling them that they should be talking in a mainstream like English, like a newscaster. That's pressure, and it's a loss of the culture of however they grew up. So yeah, I mean, there's more problems with technology than there is without it.
But removing the children, and that's where I kind of agree, like no technology in that way. Like, and I'm talking iPads. I've looked after children. If you take electronic device, a phone or an iPad out of them, they will start screaming because it is a DSM-4 thing. It's creating an electronic false signal, just like, heroin would be crack.
Yeah.
But, and I'm not saying that, it couldn't be used at a certain level or within, I'll just say, better governors with a set of standards in there, but definitely the children with the developing brains. Like even here, when we looked at the cell phones and what we have for the utility standards in Canada, in Section 11 and all that stupid garbage crap, is that these things are actually based on using a dummy. They were never based on human testing. And even that, this stuff is like 20, 30 years out of date. But, like I said, we're already in the rise. People are talking about 5G. And I said 5G was like 5 years ago. We're talking 6, 7, 8G is being running up here. And they're using it on people. That's what the, fires are.
Well, it's killing them. It's another passive way to cull the people.
Yeah.
And they can say whatever they want, the reason why they need to have this, but literally.
I think, that's, the scary part too, is just seeing what it's done. I mean, just the whole system is corrupt. I don't care where the infiltration has come. And I think that needs to shut down. And
it's a complex issue because of the positives are very powerful, like it's brought the world together. People can interact with each other, across the pond. And it changed the dynamic of communication. It changed also the way that people start to learn about other cultures and kind of breaks down some of those barriers. And so it's done some really good things too. So it's a really complex problem that would have to be looked at. And if just shutting down the grid could, in my opinion, I'll tell you what I believe will happen, will just bring looting and destruction and lawlessness. And the unfortunately, there's people that all they need is just this much of a window, and they'll murder somebody. They'll take. If the system breaks down in that way, then the food, and before you have cannibalism, you have severe violence and people fighting over food. I don't know. It can happen that quick. You just shut down the grid.
I agree in doing it with safe governors in there, but definitely with the children, like in the developing brains. Like you said, there are ways we can do it. It doesn't have to be Wi-Fi. It can be hardwired in an Ethernet, right? You can still have access technology, but at a reasonable point, like I said, it's like having parental controls on your, it's like having parental controls on your remote, right? For the children can't watch these channels,
My personal view on 2024. It is hard to believe that another year is behind us. And how did the time pass so fast? Too many negative agendas were intended and forcefully pushed upon humanity. Some of the unfortunate negative agendas did carry out that have been devastating to watch and observe. As we can evidently see from 2024 that many will have a hard time to overcome. It is important to notice that humanity was not happy where we were heading and what could have been a very disastrous potential outcome. But we are positively changing, manifesting our reality every day. A lot of positive has happened, despite all the negativity that is constantly broadcasted around us. We only see what they want us to see through media. But with our proclamations that we do not consent to these agendas, as well when we ask the universe to help us in moving away from all of this negativity. Also with our positive intent for reality that is much more harmonious for humanity. We managed to go through all of it with a positive outcome. Like someone else famously said, we are still here and we do exist in truth. We are proving to ourselves that we are very powerful when we work together collectively. This is also how we gain personal strength, and that we can overcome every challenge that is ahead of us. In this process, we are consciously and collectively desiring our reality towards a peaceful and harmonious direction. We are peeling off timelines that are not in alignment with our highest potential. We are consciously growing as individuals. We are raising our vibration level, eventually detaching from negative parasites, and humanity is detaching further away from lower consciousness. Each year I see us growing together stronger and stronger. With this strength, positive intention, open mind for new learning and growth. With this tremendous love that we have for each other, we can welcome 2025, year that it's ahead of us, and our even bigger expansion in consciousness, where we can reach even higher heights for humanity. Let this be the year that we free ourselves once and for all from this tyranny that is trying to enslave us and keep us from advancing. Let this be the year that we finally put a stop to their never-ending wars, conflicts, bleedthroughs worldwide. Let us truly manifest peace, harmony, so we can show to the universe that we are ready to advance in our journey. Let this be the year when we look back from a distant future that we can proudly say that 2025 was the year that we truly shifted consciously to the highest unlimited potential for humanity. With this intent, I would truly love to thank Jessica and Rolf for their hard work, strength, and integrity to keeping this channel going every year. And especially on Jessica's commitment to speak the truth that is aligned with the universe and all the guides that are helping us. From all the eons, we wish you and your loved ones a happy new year and the highest unlimited potential for humanity. Bye, love.